All right, with that, I'll turn to the city clerk and ask you to help us.
Thanks, Mayor. Starting with item 1 and remote speakers, I have Lily Ann Ortiz.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your attention and your time. So being a public servant means that we answer to the public, right? Not to the mayor, not to any other elected official, but to the public. We answer to corporations, not to people who move here for their own profit and capitalism's sake. We are seeing so many Austinites once again show up with the best of intentions, with statistics and data, with facts, absolute facts to support the work we engage in all year round. How the city could even consider cutting funding for so many social service nets at this particular time is astounding. It is astounding and it is ridiculous. Here we are again asking our city council to do the right thing, do the intelligent thing, do the fiscally responsible thing, since data shows how these social service programs benefit the city financially. We are hoping our city council will vote in an intelligent, progressive way that mirrors its constituents. Please do not take funds away from the very programs and people who are doing some of the hardest work. It is hard work caring about others and their well-being. It is emotionally heavy and hard work putting that care into action. The truth is we are not well if others are not well. We are not safe and stable if others aren't safe and stable. We need these people and programs. Thank you for your time.
Can you please state your name for the record? Okay.
Okay, that's all I have. Oh, I have one more remote speaker. Hold on just 1 second. Shelby Madison, item 1.
Hi, my name is Madison Selby. I've been an Austin resident my whole life. I was born here in 1991. And I'm calling in today to make a public comment to the council about funding for SAFE. It's absolutely critical. Having worked personally in health education, especially for our federally qualified healthcare centers where our people are indigent and cannot afford other care will go. It's incredibly life-saving resources that I've personally contacted SAFE many times on behalf of my patients and my clients in order to be able to have resources for them, to have a safe place for them to go, to have support for them after they've been assaulted, to have any kind of resources and expertise and an answer for families and for women who have found themselves in these situations. And so it is something that is really important that our city continues to fund fully and not try to foist that off on hospitals who do not have appropriately trained staff and do not have the resources and the care that are available to our citizens of the city at SAFE services. Thank you so much for your time. And I'll be back tomorrow.
That is all I have on 1 for remote speakers. I'm switching over to in-person. We'll start with Hans Maverick, John Branch, Ryan Pop or Poppy, Sabrina Batari. If I've called your name, please come ahead to the podium and state your name before you begin speaking.
Mayor Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Vela, council members, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hans Maverick. I live in Council District 10, and I am a policy and research organizer with Grassroots Leadership here in Austin. I'm here to express my support for the Community Investment Budget, or CIB. Grassroots Leadership is a member of the coalition that developed the CIB because we want the city to promote programs that support people who are impacted by the criminal legal system and immigration detention system, rather than programs that catch more people up in those systems. The principle behind that is that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. For example, Austin started the Office of Violence Prevention last year. The program takes a systems-level, coordinated, community-based approach to identifying and addressing the root causes of interpersonal violence. We are asking the city to not go through with proposed cuts to the OVP. The OVP follows a model of identifying and assisting the people who are most at risk of being either perpetrators or victims of violence. and intervening to prevent that violence before it occurs. By the same token, immigrant legal services support the estimated 12% of individuals in Austin who are either undocumented or live with someone who is undocumented. They work in every area of the city and every economic sector. The city provides funding for nonprofits that provide legal services to immigrants, but the budget for next year includes cuts of up to 1/3 of this funding, despite drastic increases in the federal budget for immigration enforcement. Immigrant legal services prevent family separation and disruption, so their funding needs to be maintained or increased, not cut. In the meantime, I need to express my dismay at a proposed increase of $25 million in the police budget, of which $13 million is discretionary. At the same time, the budget proposes a drastic cut in social services. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Butray, and today I want to advocate to not increase electricity rates and incorporate rate cases into our system, which rate cases is a formal process where a utility company seeks approval from a regulatory body to adjust its rate accordingly. A little bit about me is I'm a UT Austin student, and I currently reside in West Campus, which is notorious for being super expensive when it comes to rate. And me and my fellow students are already struggling to afford rent prices in UT Austin. Increasing electricity would just make it worse. I know in West Campus, the one-bedroom apartments are 64% higher than the median of a regular one-bedroom apartment in Austin. So it's really crucial that we have these things like rate cases that could be incorporated into our system. So struggling students that are already not being able to afford rent prices at West Campus and even Austin beyond, like we've seen housing pricing in Austin that's gone up 2.8% since last year. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Ryan Poppy. I serve as the legislative aide for CWA Local 6154, representing the dedicated behavioral health professionals at Integral Care. I'm here today to ask you to protect all city-funded Integral Care contracts, whether they support behavioral health, crisis response, substance use treatment, homelessness services, HIV services, intellectual and developmental disability services, or care coordination. That's a lot. These programs, though, are essential to keeping Austinites healthy, safe, and connected to care. One example is the Expanded Mobile Crisis Outreach Team, or MCOT. Austin became the first city in the nation to give 911 callers the option to request a mental health response. Today, MCOT resolves 85% of all mental health 911 calls without police involvement, saving taxpayers more than $12 million annually, while allowing police officers to focus on public safety. But MCOT's only one part of Integral Care's work. There is no excess funding in these contracts. They are already funded only to provide the services our community needs today. If these contracts are reduced, Integral Care will be forced to reduce services and lay off behavioral health professionals. The need for care won't disappear, only the ability to provide for it. We respectfully ask you to exempt Integral Care's contracts from your proposed social services and behavioral health reductions and identify savings elsewhere in the budget. These services save lives, reduce cost, and strengthen public safety. Please protect Integral Care's workforce and the essential services our community depends on. Thank you.
Continue with item 1, Christina Delgado, Britta Thompson, Maggie Luna, Scott Cobb, and Bianca Billett.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Please go ahead.
Hello again, everyone. My name is Maggie Luna. I am here again to talk about how THRA saves the city money. Every day at our drop-in center, our outreach team and community partnerships, we are providing wound care, on-site testing for Hep C, HIV, and STIs, catching infections before they turn into public health crises. We're also a safe place for people who've been turned away everywhere else, including those who are experiencing temporary psychosis. Our staff has built relationships with the people that we serve, and we can de-escalate peacefully without police, ambulances, or jail. THRA also has a reentry team that enters the jail. We provide overdose prevention education. We walk alongside people before they are released, and we help them with employment, housing, and mental health, which helps reduce recidivism. We promote safe syringe disposal and joint street cleanups, removing biohazards. We are keeping our neighborhoods safer. And our work shows up in numbers. THRA had 375 documented overdose reversals from July to July. Travis County saw 396 deaths from overdose in 2024. Overdose is the leading cause of deaths for people experiencing homelessness in Austin. Fentanyl deaths decrease as the drug Fentanyl deaths decrease, but the drug supply is becoming more dangerous. People released from jail in Austin are 8 times more likely to die in the first 6 months that they are out. People receiving harm reduction services are 5 times more likely to seek treatment. Travis County just recorded its 2nd consecutive year of declining fentanyl deaths. At THRA, we work for months with people who've been caught up, lost documents, family photos, and other medications, all dumped in the sweeps. And our staff is spending months helping people recover things that we've lost. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bianca Billiot Lowry. First, Heavenly Father, I just ask that you bless these words and that they may reach who they need to reach and that we may glorify you in all that we do. Amen. ATX Peace, Austin's first community violence intervention program, built by Life Anew, Jails to Jobs, and the city's own violence prevention program. Well, I'm here to tell you that it is working. From 2024 to 25, homicides dropped 39% in the hotspot neighborhoods that ATX Peace was assigned to serve. This program does not just save lives, it also saves the city's budget too. We know a homicide costs a little over $1 million in emergency response, investigation, and prosecution. A conservative model puts the return on our combined $3 million local and state investment at roughly 13 to 1. And scaling CVI across Austin could save the city more than $100 million over 5 years against program costs of under 9. This is not an experiment. National CVI is working, and we have the numbers to show that, cutting shootings down by as much as 60% where it is funded. We are seeing that same result here. Last year, Austin lost $1.18 million in federal CVI dollars to national cuts. If the city pulls back now, we don't just slow down, we stop. What that means for us is phones go unanswered, families go unserved, and homicide will go up again. Please do not cut what is working. Protect ATX Peace funding and let us finish the job that our communities have started. Thank you.
Mr. Cobb?
Hello, my name is Scott Cobb, a former lifeguard until I was unlawfully retaliated against and terminated for speaking to City Council. On the way up here, I passed a gas station. It said $3.85 per gallon. A year ago, it was about $2.60 something, an increase of over $1. The living wage proposal is 0.45% for people like I used to be, making the minimum wage for the city of Austin. It's a 10-cent rise, 0.45%. I want to thank the city manager for telling us what we are valued to the people of Austin and to the people writing the budget. We are worth 10 extra cents. I propose that the living wage, instead of that, it rises $1. Last year, I worked about 10 miles from Barton Springs. When I worked at Barton Springs, 10 miles, 20 miles round trip. 20 gallons or 1 gallon per each trip. That's over $1 more this year than it was last year. I don't think we're being treated fairly. I think we should be given the same raise as everyone else. Last year, we got 1.94. If you add 0.45, it's up to 2.39 over 2 years. Whereas the regular employees got 4% last year, and they're getting 3% this year for 7%. Lowest paid workers are not part of the governing class, so we don't make the decisions. We have to come here and ask you.
Thank you, sir.
Continue with item 1, Pat Vice-Treyas, Michael Salzar, Tracy Brown, Rotania Pearson, Rosa Maria Murillo. Are you here, Rosa Marie? Is Leslie Vargas here? And Jocelyn Thomas. Okay, you'll have donated time then.
Please begin.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Pat Valstreyes. I live in District 3, and I am a long-term Austin resident as well as animal shelter advocate and also a member of the spay neuter working group of a couple of years ago and a current member of the strategic planning working group of animal services. Last time I spoke, a few days ago, I spoke about the lack of open intake at the animal shelter, and today I'm going to speak about the spay-neuter performance indicators and the budget numbers. Thank you, Council Member Vela, for 2 years ago putting in $850,000 specifically for spay-neuter through a third-party vendor. That contract was very helpful, and it helped the number of animals sterilized performed by contracted vendors to go up from 10,628 in 23-24 to 13,433 in 24-25. That was a great addition to the budget, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate all of you for voting for it, those of you who were here then, because that has been very good. However, this year, we are only going to do 7,800. That's on page 133 of the budget. Council members, it was my understanding that when you put that money in, it went into the base budget. So if it hasn't been cut, why is that number going down from 13,433 to 700? It could be that the money was moved and used for something else. It could be that Emancipet did not live up to the numbers they were supposed to spay and neuter, so when you added money and we contracted, we lost other animals. So thank you for looking into that.
Why don't we start on this end and we'll work our way this direction.
Good morning, council members and mayor. My name is Michael Salazar, and I'm a trusted messenger with Life Anew and ATX Peace. I'm here to talk about the return on investment, because that's the language of budgets, and CVI has the receipts. A single homicide can cost our city upward of $1.2 million. And once you factor in emergency response, healthcare, courts, incarceration, and the lasting toll on a family, the neighborhood, and the community at large, this isn't theoretical, this is a reality. I will now share another reality, which is the impact that ATX Peace has had in Austin. Homicides dropped roughly 90 in 2021 to the mid-70s in 2022 through 24, and down to 55 in 2025. And during that time, ATX Peace served 792 people, which is 53% exceeding above its goal, with a 39% crime reduction in the neighborhoods it worked in directly. That is what prevention dollars bought our city. Every homicide avoided is $1.2 million. This council didn't have to spend on the back end. Cutting CVI doesn't save money. It trades a small, proven investment for a much larger, unpredictable bill. So, council members, we're asking you to please protect and increase CVI funding so every zip code in Austin gets the return this data already proves is possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Brown, and I am a survivor of gun violence, with my 15-year-old son, Brajon Martin, being the victim. It has taken years of therapy, years of holding my family together to begin to process the fact that my oldest son is no longer with us. I'm still here today because of community violence intervention work. Because of that support, my family continues in therapy, and I found the strength to turn my pain into purpose. I created a space for other mothers grieving the loss of a child, and I call it Mommy Space. It is a place where mothers who understand this specific kind of loss can sit together, grieve together, and remind each other that we are not alone. For many of us, it is only space like we have never found, but none of this. The CVI work that helped save my family, or Mommy Space, which helps save so many others, can continue without funding. I'm asking you, the City Council, not to cut this vital work. Behind every line item you're reviewing is a mother like me. Please protect this funding. Please protect us. Please protect me. Thank you.
Are you going to give testimony? Yes, sir. Okay.
Hi, my name is Ratanya Pearson, and I work with Life Anew ATX Peace as a community coordinator. So, good morning. You have now heard the numbers. You have heard what those numbers mean for one mother in this city. I want to leave you with why both matter together. Violence in this city is not random. It is concentrated, it is predictable, and it is preventable. And the people best equipped to stop it already live in the neighborhoods that need it most. That's why community violence intervention is neighbors showing up for neighbors before tragedy strikes instead of after. But sometimes prevention comes too late. You just heard it from a mother who buried her son to gun violence, who turned an unimaginable grief into Mommy Space. So other grieving mothers don't have to sit alone. Her story is not rare. It is what happens in the gap that's left behind when prevention doesn't get there in time. Every dollar you invest in CVI is a dollar spent that fewer mothers ever have to stand where she stood. It is cheaper than the alternative, and it is right. We're asking you to protect this funding, increase it, and make sure that every zip code in Austin, prevention gets there before grief does. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Murillo, you'll have 6 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I am the chair of One Voice Central Texas. I also serve as a CEO for El Buen Samaritano. And I am asking this council to rise above the headlines surrounding the recent audit. I agree with the council, with the city manager, that we should not be making public policy and budget decisions based on headlines, newspaper headlines. The auditor made it very clear that the audit was not intended to characterize the work of nonprofits or determine funding decisions. I want to highlight that this audit has significant flaws. It has a small size sample. It is unclear what the follow-up was and what clarifications were sought in response to what was being reviewed. And there is substandard documentation. That very design flaw explains why there is such a difference between the outcomes of the 2026 audit report with the outcomes of the 2025 conclusions. I respectfully ask that you consider these flaws and these differences in outcomes as you deliberate your budget discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Monica Guzman, Andy Miller, and Jen P.
Please come down when your name's been called. Sir, if you're ready, we'll start with you and we'll work our way down this way.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Andy Miller, and I'm the Executive Director of Austin Child Guidance Center. ACGC is located in District 7, but every day we serve children and families from across Austin and the region. Mental health challenges don't stop at district boundaries, and neither should our commitment to ensuring that every child has access to care. For 75 years, ACGC has partnered with the City of Austin and its residents to provide mental health services to children and families facing trauma, abuse, anxiety, depression, and other serious challenges, regardless of their ability to pay. Recently, we have expanded our programs to deliver services within child care centers, as well as reach young adults up to age 26 based on the city's growing needs. Every day, we see what happens when children receive timely, high-quality care. They stay in school, families grow stronger, and crises are interrupted before they become tragedies. These are essential supports that help children heal and help keep Austin's future intact. That is why I urge you to reject the proposed reductions to social service contracts. These cuts will mean fewer children are able to access care, longer waits for families in crisis, and greater strain on the organizations that form Austin's social safety net. I also want to express our disappointment with the recent audit report. ACGC has been a trusted city partner for decades, and we value our collaborative relationship with city staff. But the report's limited scope, methodology, and timing during budget deliberations presented an incomplete picture of accountability and the impact of city's nonprofit partners. We are proud to be held accountable stewards of public dollars, and we welcome thoughtful evaluation. But we are concerned by what the moment signals about how the city values the nonprofit partners who have long stood beside it in serving our most vulnerable neighbors. Today, I ask you to reaffirm that partnership, protect these investments, and preserve Austin's social safety net, and continue to invest in children's futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Guzman?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director at GAVA, Go Austin, Vamos Austin. Excuse me. GAVA staff and residents have continued to meet with council members and or their staff, and we thank you again for taking time to meet with us. We are aware of the deficit the city is facing and that the proposed fiscal 27 budget includes approximately $5.1 million reduction on social service contracts. We are urging you to prioritize critical priorities, some of which are part of the social service contracts, and invest our dollars in the efforts detailed in GAVA's fiscal 27 budget recommendations for early childhood education and development, total of $500,000 to sustain funding for the Austin-Travis County Family Child Care Educator Network partnership with Homegrown, sustain funding for the program coordinator role at Austin Economic Development through the end of fiscal 27, and implementation of a direct assistance pilot program for child care providers. Reinstate the Family Stabilization Grant with permanent allocation of at least $1.3 million to meet greater needs and higher cost of living in Austin, and Austin Public Health, $1.57 million total for immigrant supports, restore and increase funding for legal representation services contracts, and continued funding for mental health services, and implementation of a community health worker emergency response team, a dedicated team that is needed. At this time, there are APH staff who are certified CHWs and are activated during gray sky days and other climate stressor incidents. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good morning. I like to begin things like this by saying all the positive things I see, but I've got 2 minutes, so I'm just going to focus on what this is about. The whole point of this is to create safe communities. And you know what I don't see on here that needs to be on here to keep us safe? I don't see the Safe Alliance. I know that you've got some alternative cooking up in Cedar Park, but one, that's in Cedar Park. Two, there are a lot of marginalized communities such as the LGBTQIA plus communities and immigrant communities that aren't comfortable going to those services that are less accessible simply because of their demographics. And you know what keeps our communities safe? People actually reporting crimes. So we need to invest in the community project that will meet their needs and encourage certain marginalized communities to actually report crimes. Another thing I don't see is I don't see moving the 911 call center, which I know the majority of the council supports, the majority of people in Austin support. I haven't really heard anyone against it, but it is not on here. And you know what makes people report to 911? Knowing that their call is going to be routed correctly. And that's really only going to happen if we move the 911 call center out of Austin Police Department and into its own independent center. So I want to see that here as well. And last but not least, I'm just going to talk a little bit about me here with my 45 seconds. I got hit by a car. I moved to Austin for that reason. I am still in physical therapy. I'm still in occupational therapy, and I am still dealing with post-concussive symptoms. I was one of the people that led a 2-mile walk on the 12th in support of the Safe Alliance. You guys probably didn't hear about it. You weren't here that day. That's fine. I did not walk on my gimp leg for 2 miles for them to not get funded. I did not get the bike tires from the bike that got donated to me stolen last night. And now I can't call the police because I live in an apartment complex and there's a new city ordinance saying that if I call the police, I can be evicted. I don't want that on there. That's not keeping us safe and that's not helping people report. So I'm going to leave this meeting. I'm going to go to Austin Pets Alive and I'm going to help a bunch of dogs and cats that were trapped in a flood.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
That was all speakers for item 1, so I'm moving to item 2, and starting with remote speakers. Taniqua Brewster.
Good morning.
But I was one last one.
Council, members, mayor.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Taniqua Brewster, and I'm speaking on item 2 in the Family Stabilization Grant. I just want to be sure that that is a part of the budget this year. The stabilization grant really helped my family, and I know that funding helped other families in Austin. It's more than just helping the family; it helps the community. Everything that was spoke about in the last item, we're talking about crime intervention and violence intervention. All those things help with family stabilization. If families have somewhere to go, or if they have that extra funding that's given to them, it's likely that people are being violent. The homelessness is down because it's keeping families in their homes. It helps when all of those services are helped with the Family Stabilization Grant. So that's just my hope that we can make sure that we're still funding that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doris Adams.
My name is Doris Adams, and I live in District 5. I'm here representing Undoing White Supremacy Austin, or USA. We are part of the coalition that developed the community investment budget. USA is concerned that, again, policing is being prioritized over social service solutions that research address the basic needs shown as the community's top concern in your survey and the root causes to create public safety. The community investment budget also supports no cuts to the equity division of the Office of Equity and Inclusion. This proposed budget reflects a 40% decrease in the budget of this division, one of the largest percentage cuts. USA is extremely concerned about this. Over the last year, new management has stripped away the impactful strategies of this division and its staffing, replacing it with top-down, I-know-best approaches. The Equity Division has, since its inception in 2016 as the Equity Office, implemented a robust community engagement process that invites people, especially those who are most vulnerable, in defining what they need to inform how the city designs its social service solutions. It has embedded equity into the budgeting process, trained city staff so their internal systems of oppression can be recognized and addressed in meaningful ways, and developed an independent equity network in 14 departments, to name a few. At this time, the equity assessment and all training have been stopped, and the equity network is crumbling. In approving this budget line, you are distancing yourself from your earlier commitments to equity, particularly racial and economic equity in the city. I urge you to take a closer look at what is happening in the Equity Division and rethink the division's budget. My hope is that you will show that you care about the people who are the most vulnerable in this city by funding key social services and supporting the rebuilding of the Equity Division so that the city continues to grow in embedding equity into the way it operates. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierre Beristain.
My name is Dr. Pierre Beristain, and I'm the CEO of the SAFE Alliance. And before joining SAFE, I led the Center for Public Impact, which is founded by the Boston Consulting Group to help governments strengthen public systems and improve outcomes around the world. And I believe deeply in accountability, but accountability requires precision. And the recent audit does not support a blanket conclusion that Austin's nonprofits are failing. The report states that its findings cannot be projected across the city's full portfolio of nonprofit contracts. It also identifies weaknesses in the city's contracting and performance management processes, including inconsistent performance measures, communication challenges with providers, and inconsistent monitoring of contract performance. This audit should strengthen contracting and accountability. It should not become, I hope, a shortcut for indiscriminate cuts. Now, Safe Alliance is part of Austin's essential public safety and public health infrastructure, and across every district, the data show, we provide a connected system of care for survivors of domestic and sexual violence, sex trafficking, and child abuse. And every 20 minutes, someone reaches out. Every time, we answer 24/7. Safe is where a family finds shelter before escalating violence becomes fatal. It is where a sexual assault survivor receives compassionate care, where we intervene when a child may face serious or fatal harm. And this work reduces avoidable reliance on emergency rooms and police and jails, homelessness systems, and cutting these services shifts that cost into more expensive systems. And alongside our partners in One Voice Central Texas, SAFE is part of the civic infrastructure that keeps us safe, housed, healthy, and connected. Austinites are asking you to reduce waste, and we agree. This audit does not tell us to abandon effective services. It tells us to build a stronger system of accountability. Fiscal responsibility means correcting what is not working while protecting what Austin cannot afford to lose. I thank you for your time.
Heidi Bray.
Yes, thank you to the City Council for hearing me. I live in District 6. The City Council claims public safety is the priority, yet $30 million, that's 35.8% of new spending, goes to police and fire, while 5.5 to 8 million gets cut from social services, including Safe Alliance, which provides critical support to survivors and families of sexual abuse. At the same time this is happening, you're going to increase homeowners' property taxes by $350 a year. Yet the City Council is allocating behind closed doors $649,000 in county property tax incentives to Amazon. How is defunding the programs that, such as Safe Alliance, Prevent Homelessness, Housing Assistance, Survivors of Sexual Abuse, and other substantial programs making Austin safer? Real public safety means addressing root causes, not just enforcement. What is the future of our city going to look like? The Austin City Council has a choice. Invest in the well-being of our communities or compromise the values that make Austin worth preserving. Thank you.
Bridget Tobin.
Hello, my name is Bridget Tobin. I'm a native Austinite who's seen the city change in many ways over 34 years. I'm now a parent trying to raise a child in the same city where I got to have an amazing childhood. I'll say how that's going if I have the time. I'm also a social worker with a degree from UT in administration and policy. One of the required classes for this track is program evaluation. The evaluation process for a nonprofit and all social services is often overlooked. In master's programs, the majority of the students are clinical. They are the ones who study the ins and outs of what are effective interventions and how to help clients make real changes. The smaller group in these master's programs at UT especially study how we administrate the programs most effectively. I like this program and the program evaluation class because it got to the root of what we often see go wrong with social programs, which is that they can be really well-intentioned, but then something goes wrong financially. I'm going to tell you what I saw in this audit. I believe organizations should be evaluated rigorously. I even welcomed DOGE initially at the federal level because it claimed it would do that. Now I trust our city auditor's office is much more professional in how they're going to look at these contracts. However, I feel it needs to be said that these headlines claiming that nonprofits are receiving full funding while not meeting expectations are quite sensationalist. I think it is also important to note the auditor's statement in the section page 8, that says some nonprofits express concerns related to the city's contracting practices for family and social services. Staff raised concerns about the performance expectations they're required to track the reporting process and the clarity of the city staff's communication. The audit team also said the nonprofits did track their services and had all the information to give them when they were asked for it. I agree that the city needs to have consequences that would motivate the nonprofits to meet their performance goals. However, I do not think the organizations need more penalties, as was the language, but more, I do like the term corrective actions and a clearer, streamlined process to aid and improvement to reach their goals. And that's
T. or Taya Johnson.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Taya Johnson with the Austin Area Urban League in partnership and support of the Community Investment Budget, or CIB, and our unified agenda of priorities. We urge Council to pass a budget that reflects our values by investing in community stability and crisis prevention. Specifically, we call on Council to allocate an additional $4.5 million to fully fund Austin's inclement weather shelter ecosystem. In Austin, extreme weather now encompasses extreme heat, wind, fire, and rain. And when our unhoused neighbors seek emergency relief with minimal notice or resources, an underfunded system re-traumatizes vulnerable people in active crisis. An additional $4.5 million will transform our weather response from a silo into a multi-tiered support system. Specifically, this funding will address expanded dignified transportation to and from camp and dedicated shelters for family, culturally competent mental health personnel and dedicated care spaces and shelter, increased food budgets, upgraded sleeping supplies and transitional kits, and administrative personnel and flexible grants for frontline service providers. Wraparound care from street outreach to shelter transition is essential to keeping Austinites safe during climate emergencies. Investing early is both humane and fiscally responsible. We ask that you please protect social service contracts, support the CIB, and fully fund our $4.5 million inclement weather ask. Thank you.
That was the last remote speaker, so I'm going to be switching to in-person for item 2. One moment. Okay, if I call your name, please come down to the podium and be sure to state your name before you've been speaking. Lesbia Ramos, Candace Costed, John Branch, Sharon Blythe, and Kaiba White.
Please come forward if your name's been called. Please go ahead, Ms. Blythe.
My name is Sharon Blythe. I'm a resident of District 6. It was kind of a surprise this morning to find out two people I know and that are citizens already knew the agenda items you spelled out in the beginning of the meeting about when you're going to talk about different departments. Nobody else in the city seems to have known that. It was very non-transparent that you didn't publicize that before today, because a lot of times people want to come down here because they don't know what's on the agenda. I think that's a big flaw in what you're doing down here. But more importantly, on the budget, the city cemeteries have a lot of deferred maintenance. They are letting things go downhill because of that. The management and the staff out there are wonderful, citizen-oriented people that really want to help people. But when you don't have the funding and you're letting the cemeteries go down, in appearance, it's very bad on the city. It looks bad on the city, and it's very, very upsetting to families. Right now, they can't even afford the number of interments they need to do every day because of the budget cut last year, and they're having to defer even burials because of that. And the funeral homes are getting kind of upset about that too. So keep that in mind. I would like to say to my council person, I wish she would communicate with the district a lot more and what she's doing instead of just putting out these emails and these Facebook postings about what she's decided already without having any community input. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Candace Costed. I'm a mental health specialist working in crisis intervention, and I'm passionate about public safety. I have seen firsthand how community members suffer when escalating life stressors cause acute episodes. creating unsafe conditions that can even lead people to harm themselves or others. Some of these stressors are out of our city's control, but many of them are not. Lack of access to basic needs, services, and vital resources often contribute to crises, but this does not have to be the norm. From the proposed budget, it is apparent that punishing crime is a top priority. However, I can't help but wonder how things might be different if we meaningfully invested in public safety from a preventative standpoint. The CDC argues violence prevention should focus on addressing conditions such as neighborhood poverty and instability. I invite you to imagine how our city could be different if we were prioritizing public safety, including ensuring ample funding for all of us to be well. Furthermore, I invite all of you to take the next step beyond imagining it by ensuring there will be no funding cuts, only raised investments for social services. Our community is safer when people know where their next meal will come from and where they will lay their head at night. It is safer when we ensure social workers are able to intervene to help a bad situation from becoming much, much worse. Our community is safer when those struggling with substances are supported, when survivors know where to turn, when parents have help raising well-adjusted children, and when those who are sick mentally or physically have reliable, accessible care available to them. If we pay attention to areas of the budget that are overinflated and notice areas of the budget that are alarmingly underfunded given the needs of our city, meaningful adjustments can be made. I ask that you have an open mind and listen to what is proposed in the community investment budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. White?
Good morning. My name is Kaiba White. I'm speaking on behalf of Public Citizens Texas office. I'm here to ask that you please decline to increase Austin Energy rates as part of this budget and wait until after a full rate case with the participation of a consumer advocate, which can happen next year, as Austin Energy is already planning to do a cost of service study, which is the foundational document for a rate case. This had been the practice since the 2016 rate case, and that was initiated as a practice to have this full, robust process with basically an administrative law judge and the consumer advocate. That happened after a group of customers that live outside of the city of Austin contested Austin Energy's 2012 rate changes and successfully brought that to the PUC and did force the utility to change rates. This process is a way of ensuring not only that the money that Austin Energy claims that they need is actually needed, but that it is allocated fairly between the customer classes and that the rate design is fair to customers and is equitable and aligns with priorities, with other priorities such as energy conservation. I would encourage you to look not just at this 5% rate increase that is being proposed, but at the sequence of rate increases. 2 have already been approved by y'all without any rate case, and they're planning, AE is planning to bring 4 more. So it's a little bit like the frog boiling in the water. We're talking about 5% per year. By my math, it adds up to roughly 30% increase in rates over 6 years. That is not affordability. And yes, some customers are partially protected by the CAP program, but that is not a majority of customers. Thank you.
Continuing with item 2, Rebecca Lightsey, Alma Ruiz, Savannah Lee, Eli Cortez.
Why don't you kick it off, Ms. Lightsey?
Good morning, Council. I'm Rebecca Lightsey. I'm co-executive director of American Gateways and proud resident of District 9. American Gateways provides critical immigration legal services to our low-income residents. I recognize the challenges that this council faces in making this budget, and we appreciate the city manager's willingness to listen to the social services community and propose a budget that was different than was discussed earlier. Nonetheless, we urge you to restore the cuts in social services. At American Gateways, our work is critical to some of the most vulnerable residents in this city, as are those of our fellow social service providers. In fact, several years ago, it was the city who recognized the essential nature of our services and began to partner with us. I would argue that our services are more essential now than they have ever been for some of our most vulnerable residents. Let me give you just a few quick examples of what your investment has done for city residents. Recently, there was a young DACA recipient who was able to keep his good, solid manufacturing job that he had nearly lost because the government was not processing his work renewal. There was a survivor of domestic violence who was able to leave her abusive partner and get a permit to work so that she could support her family safely. We helped a young mother of 3 young children be released from detention and reunited so that she could care for her children after she was wrongfully detained for months. These are just a few examples of what your city dollars are investing in. So we respectfully urge you to continue examining this budget and restore the cuts to social services. Thank you.
Ms. Lightsey.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for having us. My name is Savannah Lee. I'm a resident of District 1. I'm the Director of Policy and Operations at Equity Action, and I'm here today in support of the Community Investment Budget. First, I want to thank you for the investments you've already made in housing, crisis response, and community services. We know this is a difficult budget year, and we appreciate some of the investments made in the proposal. But we can't ignore the contradiction before us. The city says we don't have enough funding to preserve essential social services while proposing another $25 million increase for the Austin Police Department. The question isn't whether Austin faces fiscal constraints, it's how we choose to respond to them. The community investment budget is built on a simple principle. Investing upstream saves money. Stable housing costs less than homelessness. Workforce development costs less than unemployment. Harm reduction and behavioral health services cost less than emergency rooms and jails. These aren't just compassionate investments, they're the most efficient use of our taxpayer dollars. When we cut prevention, we don't eliminate the need, we simply pay more later through more expensive systems. That's why we're asking you to make a different choice. Keep the police budget flat and use those dollars to restore social service contracts and invest in the housing, workforce, public health, and violence prevention programs that keep people safe before a crisis happens. What you choose to fund today shapes what Austin looks like tomorrow. We urge you to choose the investments that strengthen Austin's future, protect our neighbors, and make the smartest use of public dollars. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. My name is Alma Ruiz, and I want to tell you a little bit about my story. I am a mother of 3 children. One of my children has special needs and requires a great deal of support every day. Like many parents in similar situations, I want to work and provide for my family. However, finding a job that fits my schedule has been extremely difficult. My daughter attends therapy 3 times a week and still depends on me for many daily activities. Her needs don't stop when the appointment's in, and there are many days when my role as her caregiver has come to first. Receiving the direct cash assistance has been a lifeline for my family. It has helped us pay for basic necessities, reduce financial stress, and stay afloat during difficult times. More important, it has given me the flexibility to respond to my family needs without having to choose between caring for my daughter and keeping the basic needs. Programs like this recognize programs like this recognize that families know best what they need. They treat us with dignity and trust. The support I received was not washed, and it was invested directly to my family well-being and stability. And I'm here today because I know there are many other families in Austin facing similar challenges. Parents caring for children with disability, grandparents raising grandchildren, and family working hard but still struggling to make ends meet. I hope you will continue to invest in direct cash assistance and make it part of the city budget so that more families can have the same opportunity to build stability, care for their loved ones, and move forward with hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Continuing with item 2, Michael Ward Jr., August Lozano, Puma Baza, Kate Graciani, and Devin Carlos Irasi Versanger.
if there's not a seat at the table, just grab a seat on the front row, and but we appreciate you coming down. And if you're ready, we'll start with you, ma'am, and we'll work our way down this direction. Just state your name for the record.
We're actually going to start at the other end.
Yeah. Sure.
Good afternoon, good morning, City Council and Mayor. My name is Eli Cortez, and I am a resident of District 3 and a community organizer with Vocal Texas. I'm here to speak against the proposed budget and slashes to social services and care that adds $25 million to APD. It's been a little over 2 months that our city has pivoted to conducting daily encampment sweeps, destroying people's belongings and survival essentials, and making it so the poorest and most vulnerable in our community have to start over and over again. Our members are facing essential cuts to services, some of which have already taken place after the failure of Prop Q, and at the same time there's less services and resources. And at the same time that there are less services and resources, our city has not only escalated its use of force against our unhoused neighbors by throwing out their possessions and ticketing those who refuse to move, even when there's nowhere to go or additional plans for expansion of shelter or safe places for people to go, we're now discussing additional cuts to services and more funding for APD. These encampment sweeps are not real solutions to homelessness. They impose additional barriers for people to access housing and employment. They don't get anyone off the street, but push people further into the woods and to other precarious living conditions. The latest report regarding the new initiative reported only 35 people were placed into shelter after visiting 127 sites. These are costly operations that are happening daily across our city, and we urge you to reduce the frequency of these operations, invest in social services and care our communities actually need, and make no investments to APD. And another thing is, public safety is more than cops and police surveillance. Like, for me, public safety is when my neighbor has a place to live, when my neighbor has a roof over their head, when they have access to food and water and basic necessities, when my neighbor isn't seeing a bulldozer raze down all their belongings and their precious things in front of them, when my neighbor gets a successful connection to shelter that they last in and get a connection to more stable housing. To be here again.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Felipe Baza. I'm a member of Vocal Texas. They know me as Puma in the area where we live. I've been homeless for 6 years, and unfortunately, I've experienced many sweeps. But it wasn't until recently that I realized how our encampment sweeps targeted us and worked to keep us down. The place that we stayed at our camp was our safe haven. We didn't have anywhere else safe to go. It was about 16 of us that stayed out there. We kept getting warnings that a sweep was coming. No one would come. Then it escalated suddenly, unexpectedly, and we all had to scatter. There was 2 city trucks, and then 2 APD officers came into our camp, asked everyone to grab a bag and go. The people that come and put up the notice on our camp had told us that they'd be back to put us somewhere safe. So I asked the police, aren't you guys supposed to have someone here with y'all to help us to get a place to go somewhere? He said, that's not happening. They didn't arrest anyone, but they didn't clean anything up either. They just went through the camp and took the valuable things, electronics, tools, and left all the trash there. I stopped them on their way out to ask what was going on. They said they'd be back the next day. And I said, I'll be here waiting, so you have someone to tell you you're stealing all the things that we have. Our camp left, but I told them I would stay. I knew I might get arrested, but I told them I don't have anywhere to go. They'll just have to take me to jail. I came in first, I'll go out last. When I leave, there's nowhere else to go. My safety in my home is here. It's built out and constructed already. This is all I have to come back to. I feel like our experiences should be heard. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just homeless. We matter and have a right to exist just as well as everyone else. Our city should help us and stand up for us in these moments. This city has always stood up for us and been a place to offer help and services to the needy and homeless. It's unfortunate that we go through this, I'm a true Austinite. I believe that this can actually be something that you guys can help us out with. It's in Austin. It's our city, you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blessed day, Mayor and council members. My name is Michael Ward Jr., and I've been in Austin for 10 years. I work in District 1. I am the president and CEO of Universal Tech Movement, co-founder of 2 Word Solutions and 2 Words, 1 Love. I'm also a board member of KZI Radio and the Texas Science Engineering Fair, serving on the Greater Austin STEM Ecosystem Advisory Council, and a member of the IT Caucus of the Texas House. I'm here today as a father, husband, business owner, and community leader representing UTM as a proud member and supporter of the Community Investment Budget by Equity Action. Every day at UTM, we connect our communities in need to workforce readiness, tech innovation, and economic advancement opportunities. We see firsthand that when you take care of people, when they have stable housing, healthcare, quality jobs, youth opportunities, and economic advancement, you don't just prevent crisis, you spur innovation. Once our people are secure, Austin can reach new boundaries and serve as a thriving, impactful economic model for businesses, institutions, and all of our neighborhoods in need. Last year alone, we've worked with Travis County, City of Austin, Texas Workforce Commission, Workforce Solutions, Goodwill, United Way, and the U.S. Department of Labor, serving more than 300 clients. Today, Austin is facing a $26 million deficit. Yet, this proposed budget increases spending in non-direct service needs while cutting $16.8 million from vital social services contracts. We just watched the City of Austin nearly spend $19 million on homeless camps that only got 35 people into shelters. This conversation really shouldn't be about revenue and budget. It should be about priorities and how we spend our dollars. Preventing emergencies upstream through workforce development, rental assistance, mental health care, and violence prevention is physically responsible choice. Responding downstream after a crisis cuts taxpayers even more. We cannot balance the city budget on the backs of frontline nonprofits like UTM while keeping our residents housed, safe, and employed. Public safety is a community care. I urge council to pause expensive camp sweeps, keep the police budget flat, protect social service contracts, and support the community investment budget to fully fund workforce development, tech credentials, business development, and social services.
Thank
Without
you,
fully investing, our community
very
will
much.
continue. Thank you.
Please.
Good morning. My name is Devin Vorsanger. I'm a resident of District 9, and I work in District 1. And I'm here today in support of the community investment budget because I believe Austin's budget should reflect our values and invest in the people who make this special. I lead entrepreneurship and workforce programs at Universal Tech Movement, a nonprofit that helps Austinites build small businesses, launch startups, and train for careers in fields like data analytics, advanced manufacturing, product management, and software development. I've done this work on 3 continents in 11 countries for communities in 38 cities. I've seen personally the delta between communities who have leaders who invest in the success of their communities and those communities whose leaders invest in policing the failure. I see every day what happens when someone gets real access to workforce development and small business support. A side hustle becomes a full-time livelihood, a single parent becomes a homeowner, a person coming out of an unstable job market finds a career path they can actually build a life on. That is not a talking point to me, that is my work. That is why I'm asking Council to protect and fund the $2 million allocated to workforce development and community investment budget. This funding is not a nice to have. It is an upstream investment, the kind that keeps families stable, keeps small businesses open, and keeps people out of crisis systems that cost the city far more down the line. I also want to recognize that this council has, in past budget cycles, shown real leadership on workforce development and small business services. That leadership matters, and organizations like ours are proof that those investments work. Now is not the time to walk that progress back. At a time when Austin faces real budget constraints, we cannot balance the books by cutting the services that keep people housed, employed, and building futures here while police spending continues to grow. I urge council to protect social service contracts, fully fund workforce development, keep the police budget flat, and support the community investment budget. Thank you for your time and for investing in the future of Austin.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kate Graziani. I'm with Vocal Texas, and I have a video to play as part of my testimony. This is footage from the June 2nd camp sweep at Gus Garcia Camp. I'm showing you this video this morning because we heard the city manager's comments that these sweeps are not costing our city precious resources, that they're using existing city staff, and that would mean that APD officers and ARR staff are, before May 1st, had nothing to do and they were on the payroll. Bringing this many vehicles and staff to a sweep absolutely costs the city money, and it's disingenuous to say otherwise. There are direct and indirect costs. These staff are pulled from other essential duties. You're hiring contractors, nonprofits, and service providers have to replace people's belongings. And to the people whose homes are destroyed and they have to start all over, this is incredibly costly. We can get people off the street, but not like this. Not by pouring all our money into policing, but by investing in housing, services, and care. So we can't adequately fund homeless services because the voters rejected a tax increase, but you can raise our taxes for more police funding? That is not democracy.
Continue with item 2, Tara Tucker, Tiana Hamilton, Lily Harris, Katresha Hill, and Bryden Summers.
Please begin when you're ready.
Morning, Tara Tucker, Managing Director of Advocacy for Alliance for Safety and Justice and Strategic Lead for Scaling Safety Project. Austin got measurably safer between 2021 and 2025. Both homicides and aggravated assault rates fell citywide. This decline held across Travis County, so it was not just violence moving outside the city limits. In our report published today, our analysis of APD data shows the neighborhoods served by community violence intervention programs, namely ATXPs, saw the steepest declines. The report demonstrates a clear correlation. CVI orgs proved themselves in the worst possible moment after the mass shooting on March 1st that killed 3 people and injured 13. CVI outreach workers and the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center were among the first called in. They worked alongside police to calm the community and connect survivors with long-term care. This formal activation appears to be among the first of its kind documented in the country. CVI organizations integrated into the city's official response to the aftermath of an indiscriminate active shooter attack. Austin's residents most impacted by violence are asking for this kind of support. In a survey of Austin residents, 1 in 6 pointed to neighborhood-based programs and community initiatives as to what would help reduce violence in their lives. Half of those respondents came from people who were previously experienced crime. The trust these organizations built with residents took years to earn. It cannot be rebuilt quickly. This is a moment to sustain what already works and not to have to rebuild it from scratch. Without fully funding CVI and the Trauma Recovery Center, our police will have an increased workload and the work of saving lives will be harder. Even law enforcement supports this work. Nearly 90% of officers surveyed nationally said that the needs they're responding to exceed what their departments are equipped to handle. 80% said these community-based services would make their own jobs safer.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Bryden Summers, President of ASME Local 1624. We're the union representing City of Austin and Travis County employees. I'm here to speak today in favor of social services. I don't really like the framing that it's cuts because right now you just have a proposed budget and nothing's cut until you vote on it. Our union made a democratic decision to support the community investment budget. We really did this for a few reasons. The first is that we have a lot of members that work on these programs, maybe directly with these providers. Maybe the mission of their department is tied to providing these services. So it's important for us to see them continue. But also, outside of those people that work directly on these contracts, we have members all across the city that are impacted by the services that are provided. Members at community court, climate and resilience, parks, public health, resource recovery, libraries, transportation, public works, watershed protection, housing. When these services are performed well and the community is taken care of, it makes the job of the members in those departments easier. This is a working conditions issue for our union. It also allows for those workers to be more efficient, to serve the public, and provide the services that they are responsible for better. Also, as a labor union, we feel, and as a part of the broader labor movement, we feel a moral obligation to uplift and to support the people in the community with the least amount of resources. And I believe that that obligation passes on to our elected leaders here at the city. And so you have heard a lot of suggestions for where to find the funding for these social service contracts. I hope that you thoroughly explore them and make it a priority. Thank you.
Continuing with 2, Phyllis Everett, Gerald Plunkett, Beth Corbett, Eddie Franz, Tony Carter. If you've been called,
Please come forward.
Ronald Bernhardt, Kate Moore,
Please, sir.
My name is Eddie Franz. I'm the Executive Director of Jail to Jobs, co-founder of ATX Peace, and it is an honor and privilege to speak before council today. I'm representing District 4, and I just want to say, want to brag on the council in this city a little bit. We've been at the forefront of community violence intervention when it comes to this city in ways that the entire nation looks out and says they have an OVP. They have a CVI fund, a fully trained CVI organization. They have a line item budget for CVI on the budget. And all of these things we have worked really hard together to build. And I'm very proud of this council, of the city, and of the community that have come together to do that. But this year, we were a 22% reduced budget for CVI at ATX Peace. Let me tell you where that reduction comes from. That's this year. And we're looking at another 26% reduction potentially in this next budget. Those cuts don't come from infrastructure. Those cuts come from direct client services and personnel. And CVI, the ATX piece, the secret sauce, the superpower of this type of program are the people that are in the community, that are from that community, that are trusted, that are in the middle of conflicts on a daily basis. They are stopping shootings. They are stopping violence. They are stopping homicides, which saves the money. Prevention is cheaper than reaction. And so what we're seeing is the potential of the superpower of ATX Peace to start to be weakened and watered down. And we cannot have that happen. One of the reasons I think that we're in this situation is it's kind of a unique type of program. Violence prevention in the city of Austin is under public health. We get that, it started there. We could maybe think about doing something with that in the future, but ultimately it needs to be considered a public safety issue as well. Both together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Beth Corbett. I serve as the Vice President of Government Affairs and Advocacy for the Central Texas Food Bank. First, on behalf of our organization, I'd like to thank you all for your careful and deliberative approach to adopting this year's budget. And we'd also really like to thank city staff from across so many departments that our team works with every day. They help us ensure that we are providing food access to residents in every single one of your districts. Across the 5 City of Austin basic needs contracts held by the food bank, we have distributed 18.8 million pounds of food to over 370,000 individuals in Austin just in this current fiscal year. Our performance on those contracts not only meets the goals that were established, but exceeds them, with our service deliverables ranging from 120 to 324% on some of those contract goals. We recognize that fiscal realities make budget cuts a necessity. That goes for nonprofit organizations, that goes for private contractors and government alike. And we also know that these cuts will result in a higher demand for organizations like the food bank and our partners. And so as you and the staff continue your discussions around social services cuts, we ask that you first and foremost consider the performance of the individual organizations providing them. So rather than applying a blanket cut by category, we support an approach that is based on performance and impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, my name is Kate Moore. I'm the Vice President of Strategy for the Homelessness Response System for ECHO. ECHO is the lead continuum of care agency here for Austin Travis County. I want to start by saying thank you to the City Manager, Rodnex, and your staff, to Director Gray and the Homeless Strategies and Operations staff, to Mayor Watson and everyone on the dais. This budget reflects a continued deep commitment to ending homelessness in our community. We know you face a lot of hard decisions already in the budget process, and there are more ahead. We're grateful that maintaining and strengthening our homelessness response system remains a priority. We're also grateful for all of the agencies in our community who do the hard work to deliver on the city's investment in the homelessness response system. It can be hard to imagine sometimes when we still see so much need every day, but these investments are paying off for people experiencing homelessness. We've seen almost 700 new units of permanent supportive housing get built since 2024. By the end of next year, we should see about 400 more. This is huge for our system. It wouldn't be possible without the commitments from the city for vouchers to help people moving and funding for support services at these sites. Also, new data tells us the number of people who became homeless for the first time dropped for the second year in a row. We are seeing progress, and we can't afford to let off the gas now. To that end, we encourage council members to consider all options to fully fund two of HSO's budget requests, the first operating the new South Austin Navigation Center, the second for their new positions proposed in their department. These two priorities are the result of intentional work by HSO to understand the community's needs and how the city's positioned to provide support. And it can't and won't just be up to the city to fund our system. ECHO will continue to work diligently to bring money into our community from philanthropic sources, the state and federal partners to fill gaps. Thank you.
Please call the next.
Verdona Durden, Catherine McCardle, Scott Cobb, Reverend Eric Miller, David Guajardo.
Thank you all for being here. If your name's been called, please come forward and move up to a microphone. What I'll do is we'll start here and go this direction, if that's okay.
All right. Good morning. My name is Catherine McCardle. I live in District 9, and I'm here today to echo the calls to implement the community investment budget. I don't have much new to share that you haven't already heard, but I really think it's important for you all to hear over and over again how much support there is for the community investment budget. The city's budget belongs to the people of Austin. It's our tax dollars going into it, and what you choose to invest or not invest in directly impacts us. And we're telling you that we need social services. We need you to increase funding for social services. We do not need increased funding for the police. We've heard about a $26 million deficit in the budget as a reason for cuts to social services, but this is hard to believe when the police department is getting an additional $25 million this year. I ask you to please cut that additional $25 million back. Give APD only the same amount they got last year, the minimum required by that ridiculous Texas law. I know that the city has to accommodate pay raises set forth in the latest police contract, but I also know that you can find other places in the police department's budget to make cuts and keep APD's budget flat from last year. And while I'm talking about the police, I also want to echo the calls to move the 911 dispatch out from APD and into an independent department, something this community has been asking for many, many years. Because 911 goes to the police department, so many people in this community are afraid to call. And rightfully so, given APD's dismal track record with fatal shootings, treatment of survivors of sexual violence, and now requirements to work with ICE. By moving 911 into an independent department, we can bring on more forms of alternative first response and overhaul training and protocols to make sure the correct crisis responder gets dispatched to each situation. So please move 911 dispatch to an independent department and further cut APD's budget to keep it the same as last year's and use that money to fund social services. We know that it's social services and not policing that keep people safe. Please listen to your constituents and spend our tax dollars on social services, not policing. Please support the community investment budget.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I am Veranda Durden, CEO of Any Baby Can. I have previously shared concerns about the proposed reductions to social services funding. Today, I'd like to share what those investments look like in the life of one Austin family. A few weeks ago, we received a letter from a young mother. Her infant daughter was born with congenital glaucoma and had already undergone multiple surgeries. At the same time, she was escaping domestic violence, struggling financially, and wondering how she would provide for her child. She wrote that there were times she felt completely overwhelmed and unsure of how I was going to make it through. Because our support was available, she received diapers, food, guidance from our nurses, and help accessing resources that allowed her to return to college and build a stable future for herself and her daughter. Today, she is no longer simply surviving, she is building a future. That is what prevention looks like. Every day, I see what happens when families receive the right support at the right time. And I also know what happens when that support isn't available. Her story is exactly why the city invests in the Ready Families Collaborative. No single organization can meet every family's needs. Through this partnership, families receive coordinated support before challenges become crises, strengthening families while making better use of public resources. When preventive services are reduced, families do not stop needing help. Their needs simply shift to more expensive systems: emergency health care, child welfare, homeless services, and crisis intervention. Prevention is both the compassionate and fiscally responsible choice. Families would... Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Cobb, and I want to speak today on another issue about affordability for employees. In 2022, I advocated that lifeguards are paid during their training courses. Whenever I worked at any other job, whether it was McDonald's, Burger King, whatever, I was paid to learn how to do that job. Until I advocated for it in 2022, lifeguards were not paid. After I advocated for it, PARD committed to saying, and I read here from the letter, the budget question beginning in FY 2022-23, PARD plans to hire course participants and allow them to be on payroll while they attempt to complete their certifications. They overestimated their ability to do that. They were not able to put them on payroll, but instead they offered them a $400 stipend if they worked 80 hours over the summer. This year, they cut that down to $200. So it's a 50% reduction in paid training. That doesn't happen to any other employee. And this training, you cannot use this at any other employer other than the city of Austin, because it's conducted by Stargard Elite, a private for-profit Florida-based company. It is not conducted by the American Red Cross. If it was, you could take that certification and apply to work at any other place that uses American Red Cross, but for Stargard, you cannot transfer. It is site-specific. So they cut our pay. They reduced gave us a raise of only 0.45%, so I ask you to restore the training.
Hello, City of Austin, because that's who you represent, who you are the faces of, is the city.
State your name for the record, please.
I was getting to that, okay. Mayor. My name is Reverend Eric William Miller of Servant Spirit Ministries. Okay? We do not receive any government funding. Everything we do is out of pocket, one-on-one. We got entangled in the encampment cleanups. Without warrant, my RV was seized and impounded as abandoned while I was physically in it by Austin Police Department, namely a specific officer who has a minimum of at least 5 or 6 times I have recorded of negative interactions. Most of my interactions with most of the APD is generally well-meaning, hi, how you doing? But the bias training is where you need to focus. Like up in Fort Worth and in Chicago, street preaching is being attacked. Being in ministry is being attacked. I have a wife and daughter. My wife and I are both military veterans with disabilities. So we cannot move fast. Some things are set out like mobility scooters and things like that were stolen from me, including my CPAP, medical aids such as a rollator, VA issued. A mobility scooter that cost me $4,000, and that was with a discount through an online fundraiser, just so I could be more mobile and get out there and minister more and be more active.
Thank you, Reverend.
And I requested a Title II ADA coordinator and accommodations and was denied.
Thank you for being here.
Angel Gonzalez, David Rodriguez, Daisy Galindo, Brittany Yevilton, and Britta Thompson.
I tell you what, why don't you go over here and visit with the clerk's office? Has your name been called? No, I'm very busy. Okay. Please go ahead and begin.
Hello, council members and Mayor Watson. My name is Brittany Yelverton, and I serve as the CEO of Girls Empowerment Network, a Tier 1 mental health provider and nonprofit grant recipient of Austin Public Health Social Services funds. I am here to call on City Council to invest in preventative programming and to prioritize funding social services that support the most vulnerable in our community. Since the initiation of Girls Empowerment Network's contract in 2022, made possible by your prioritization of behavioral health in youth and children, we have provided programming to 3,370 3rd through 12th grade students in Title I area Austin schools. Our evidence-based curriculum helps focus on building self-efficacy, a girl's belief in her own ability to overcome challenges and succeed. Increasing self-efficacy has powerful impacts on youth in our community. High levels of self-efficacy are associated with lower instances of PTSD after trauma, as well as lower instances of self-injurious behavior, substance use and abuse, and depressive symptoms. High self-efficacy further correlates with increased emotional resilience, persistence, and positive social bonding. I believe that you all recognize that social services are more important than ever. At Girls Empowerment Network, we know that national mental health data has increasingly shown that girls are disproportionately impacted by negative mental health outcomes, social pressures, and academic disengagement. The CDC's 2023 Youth Risk Behavior Survey showed that 57% of U.S. teen girls felt persistently sad or hopeless, which is the highest rate in over a decade. Additionally, the pandemic and its remnant effects have further exacerbated issues, with a documented 50% increase in suicide attempts and ideation among adolescent girls specifically. These statistics reflect a mental health crisis in which girls are suffering and highlights the urgent need for proactive and protective and preventative programming. We know that prior research shows that $1 invested in prevention and early intervention for adolescent mental health provides $24 in benefits across a lifetime. We ask that the values our city holds are reflected in the way that we spend our dollars, and I implore you to continue funding preventative programming.
Thank you. Thanks for what you do. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Daisy. A couple of years ago, I had everything. I had a career, stability, and a future. Then because of one mistake, I lost everything and went to prison. When I came home, I had nothing. My children and I were sleeping on the floor. My refrigerator was empty. I had no support. I was being judged because of my past. And with the criminal record, every door I tried to open seemed to close. Then someone introduced me to ATX Peace. They didn't judge me. They believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. Within days, they helped me with beds for me and my children. They filled my refrigerator and pantry with food, gave me rights to interviews and appointments, and most importantly, they gave me counseling. That counseling helped me get to the root of my trauma instead of just covering it up. Through this faith-based program, I found healing, I found God, I was baptized. They helped me find a job, and today I am proud to say I am a trusted messenger for ATX Peace, helping people who are going through the same, if not even worse. So today, when you're considering increasing the funding for ATX Peace, you're not just funding a program, you're funding counseling that helps people heal. You're funding food for families who have nothing to eat. You're funding furniture for homes that are empty. You're funding transportation so people can get to work and rebuild their lives. Most importantly, you're giving someone else the same second chance that I was given. I am living proof that this program works. Without ATX Peace, only God knows where me and my children would be today.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Angel Gonzalez, and today I serve as a paralegal at Cardenas Law firm, but my story didn't start there. 5 years ago, I was sitting in a prison cell with nothing more than TCJ inmate ID number after being involved in a capital offense involving guns. When I was released, I felt hopeless. I was given a list of requirements, but not given an opportunity. Then I met ATXPs. They didn't see me as an inmate number or a parolee. They saw someone who still had a future within weeks. They helped me find a job, connecting me with therapy address with my PTSD I carried throughout the TCJ system, taught me the professional and life skills I needed to succeed. Today, I'm living proof that their work changes lives. I am now a criminal justice paralegal, the lead paralegal of Livingston County Jail at my law firm. I'm actively involved in reducing gun violence in our community. Programs like ATXPs don't just help people. They restore hope and create productive members of the community. They are people leaving the justice system every day who deserve the same opportunity I was given. I respectfully ask that you continue funding ATXPs so they can keep changing lives just as they changed mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have someone who has requested Spanish interpretation, Mirna Rodriguez. Mirna está aquí. Continuing on. Oh, she's there.
Lo leo yo, usted. Hola, mi nombre es Mirna Rodríguez. Soy activista comunitaria, también residente de Travis County.
Hello, my name is Mirna Rodriguez. I'm a community activist and I'm a resident of Travis County.
Hoy estoy aquí advocando a favor y agradeciendo a GABA, a la ciudad de Austin, por poner fondos para las familias como prioridad.
I'm here to thank GABA and advocating for them, and also to thank the City of Austin for having funds to help families.
Y sobre todo Together por abogar por la beca para las familias que están pasando momentos difíciles.
And especially for Up Together for advocating for families that are going through difficult times and having those grants.
La ayuda hace sentirnos más seguros y poner metas a corto y largo plazo para estabilizar cada situación.
These grants make us help safer, and we can set short-term goals to make our lives more stable.
La beca no es una caridad.
These grants are not charity.
Pero sí ayuda a impulsarnos a mantenernos estable.
But it helps us to go forward and to keep stable.
Y buscar soluciones.
And look for solutions.
Cuando recibí la beca,
when I received this grant,
tenía a mi esposo en el hospital.
I had my husband in the hospital.
Le había dado un infarto.
He had a heart attack.
Y en el cuarto piso también mi hija con necesidades especiales, 17 días con neumonía.
And in the fourth floor, my daughter that has special needs, she was 17 days with pneumonia.
Y estoy agradecido por haber recibido la beca.
And I'm very thankful for receiving this grant.
Me ayudó mucho a mantenerme estable.
It helped me a lot to keep stable.
Y ayudar a mi familia.
And helping my family.
Estoy agradecida con GABA.
I'm very thankful with GABA.
También por Up Together.
And also with Up Together.
Y la ciudad de Austin.
And the City of Austin.
Por estar ahí para las familias.
For being there for families.
La estabilidad económica de las familias de Austin.
The economic stability for the families in Austin.
Contribuye a una ciudad más estable y vibrante.
Contributes to a more vibrant and stable city.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias. Thank you.
Shayna Dunitz, Zoe Cabrera, Angela Pacina, Denise Molina, Aaron Alacarn.
Please come forward if your name's been called. Hey, Sam Rogers, would you help? Thank you. Why don't we begin over here and we'll work our way down. Ma'am, are you ready?
No. Dear Mayor and members of City Council, my name is Denise Molina, and I'm the Austin Regional Organizer at the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I live in District 2. I'm here today to urge you to support the community investment budget and prioritize funding for social services that Austin residents rely on every day. A city budget is more than numbers on a page. It is a statement of our values and a reflection of what we believe truly keeps our community safe. For many Austinites, safety means having a stable place to live. It means being able to access mental health during a crisis, put food on the table, afford childcare, and receive support before a difficult situation becomes an emergency. These are not secondary services. They are essential investments in health, stability, and safety of our communities. At a time when families across Austin are struggling with the rising cost of living and organizations providing critical services are being asked to do more with fewer resources, we should not continue expanding police funding at the expense of the programs that address people's needs directly. The city should limit additional APD funding to only what's required by contract and state law and direct available resources toward community-based services. More police funding cannot replace affordable housing, mental health services, food assistance, violence prevention, immigrant services, or support survivors. We cannot police our way out of every challenge facing our city. Real public safety requires preventing crises before they can happen and ensuring people have somewhere to turn when they need help. I urge you to support the community investment budget and invest in the people, programs, and services that make Austin safer and stronger for everyone. Thank you.
Please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Shana Dunitz. I've lived in Austin for over a decade, have spent the last 5 years working in nonprofit and social services, and I'm finishing my master's in public affairs at UT Austin's LBJ School. I want to speak to the general fund's social services investments, specifically housing. This is the second year in a row that Austin has cut social services, 10% plus a $5.2 million reallocation last year and another $8 million this year. On paper, that looks like savings, but it isn't. It's a transfer. When we don't adequately fund housing stability and homelessness prevention, we shift the need to police, jails, courts, and emergency rooms, services that are not equipped to handle these needs, and all of which cost more per person than what we cut. I want to ask you to fund 2 items from this year's community investment budget. First, restore emergency rental assistance to $4 million. Keeping someone housed costs a fraction of what it costs to shelter, hospitalize, or jail them after they lose housing, not to mention the emotional trauma that losing housing causes our neighbors. Second, fund the $1 million in recurring supportive services at city-owned properties. Without ongoing services, we're setting vulnerable residents up for predictable returns to homelessness at a much higher cost than the services themselves. I'd also ask Council to seriously consider a joint emergency communications department to route mental health and medical crisis calls appropriately instead of defaulting to the police. Austin has a long history of innovation and creativity. I'd ask Council to bring that instinct here as the city faces a real financial challenge. And finally, as the city moves towards cutting underperforming contracts, I'd urge real care in how underperformance gets defined. Outcome metrics in this space can be hard to set well, and service delivery doesn't happen in a vacuum. I'd rather see the city invest in getting both the metrics and the structure right in real partnership with providers than cut based on a model that's already showing its limits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Oh, should I start?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Zoe Cabrera, and I am a resident of District 4 and a licensed master social worker. I'm here to express my frustration with the proposed budget that allocates nearly $25 million for APD while simultaneously cutting $25 million from social services. While Austin has many incredible social service organizations, I'll speak directly to SAFE Alliance. SAFE provides services to survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence here in Austin, and with these budget cuts, their programs are at risk. Last month, due to lack of funding, the sexual assault forensic exam program at Eloise House within SAFE was shut down. That program completed 95% of those exams for Travis County. Additionally, 3 more of SAFE's programs are at risk, including its 2 domestic violence shelters. In the proposed budget, it notes that $19.4 million of the $25 million cut from social services would be used to establish city-owned shelters, including potentially domestic violence shelter. While I love the idea of more shelters for our neighbors who need them, why does this funding have to come from social services? Would you risk 2 well-functioning, life-saving domestic violence shelters operated by SAFE for the potential of a city-owned one? Especially when you could easily instead transfer that same amount of money from the $25 million increase for APD. Social services are a necessity. We should be investing in them more. as their services support our people and save the City of Austin money. In fact, SAFE estimates that they save the City of Austin $120 million every year. So I'm imploring you to use your power and responsibility to do 4 things. Provide emergency funding of $200,000 for safe domestic violence shelters. Provide emergency funding to reopen the forensic exam program at Eloise House. Ensure SAFE's programs are not impacted by any more funding cuts. And reconsider this budget proposal and do not cut funds for social services. We need to protect our social services so they can continue to protect and serve us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela, and I am here before you as an Austin resident who sits at a unique intersection of education and lived experience. I hold a bachelor's degree of humanities, which taught me to center human well-being, empathy, and community health in every decision we make. I also hold a master's in business administration and finance, which taught me how to read a balance sheet, evaluate return on investment, and understand fiscal policy. From a purely financial perspective, reactive spending is the most expensive way to run any organization or city. But from a human perspective, our budget is a direct statement of our moral values. I know this not just from textbooks, but from the concrete streets of the city. I spent 2 years living unhoused right here in Austin. During that time, I was managing diabetes, a disease that requires daily insulin. But when you live on the streets, you have no access to refrigeration. Because I could not keep my life-saving medication cold, I suffered severe complications and ultimately lost 5 of my toes. I am fortunate to live at the Esperanza community now, but I ask every single one of you on this diocese, why must someone lose parts of their body just to access basic safe housing? Living unhoused is a daily struggle for physical survival. It breaks down your body, your health, and your spirit. No human being in Austin should have to endure physical amputation before our city systems step up to provide shelter. That trauma drove me to take action. I founded a nonprofit called Boss Eagle Talent Productions to advocate for and support members of our unhoused community who are too often left invisible. Right now, we are raising awareness for individuals like Brian, using the hashtag #WhatAboutBrian. Brian has lived unhoused on the streets for 7 years. Everything he owns is packed into a single shopping cart, which makes it impossible for him to board a CAT Metro bus to access medical care, food, or social services. Actively working to secure him an accessible cart so he can navigate our public transit system and get the care he desperately needs. Brian's story and my story are not isolated incidences. They are a direct result of a city budget that prioritizes reactive policing over proactive community care.
Thank you.
We still exist even if it's inconvenient to you.
Thank you. Dr. Alarcon.
Hello, I'm Dr. Aaron Alarcon, CEO of Family Elder Care and Vice Chair of Guardian Voice of Central Texas. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to the City of Austin for investing in our mission. This partnership has allowed us to deliver essential services to thousands of older adults and adults with disabilities. However, I stand before you today with urgency and concern regarding the proposed $5.1 million cut to social services. I want to highlight a pressing issue for this administration: homelessness prevention. Family Elder Care receives critical funding from the City of Austin to provide financial advocacy, acting as a lifeline for many vulnerable adults. We ensure their bills are paid, protect them from exploitation, and help them access vital public benefits. Last year alone, with your help, we assisted nearly 500 individuals. But due to funding challenges, including a 10% reduction in city support, we have been forced to downsize, severely impacting organizations that we serve, like Community First Village. They reported an increase in rental arrears, emergency calls, and returns to homelessness since we limited our services. The majority of those receiving our financial advocacy services would likely end up homeless without our support, increasing the number of unhoused neighbors in our community. Mayor and City Council, preventing homelessness is more cost-effective than managing its consequences. Please do not balance the budget at the expense of the most vulnerable. Please safeguard effective programs and redirect funding only from those that fail to meet community needs. It's unacceptable to prioritize hundreds of millions in consulting contracts while allowing older adults to become unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Chase Wright, Kermit Hyder, Sundiata Allen Connor, Pat Vistreyes. I'm going to give my best shot on this one. Courtney Ziggetfari.
If your name's been called, please come forward.
Hello, council members. Hello, Mayor. How's it going? I didn't come up here for any circus shows right today. I'm just simply here to highlight some of the things that we've noticed in our district over the greater part of the last 4 years, right? And that's pretty much us planning things and de-rooting them. My name is Chase Wright. I'm the executive director for the Hungry Hill Foundation. I would like to start off with saying we have a serious problem. We have a real serious problem. And if we don't want to acknowledge it, then we want to maybe acknowledge some of the reality of it, which is, I believe Brazaria Lane is in District 6. District 6, did you know an individual was killed 2 months ago and was shot 40 times in your area? That's not likely in your area, is it? It doesn't happen pretty often. That lets you know that violence is starting to spill out into your district as well, which is one of our safer districts in Austin, if I'm not mistaken. As long with District 10 as well, a lot of violent crimes. We would like to measure off of homicides. Homicides shouldn't be the number that we're measuring. We should see how many active shootings that we've had over the last 7 months. Furthermore, you should also know that your ages between 16 and 24 have access to turn their semi-automatic pistols to automatic weapons. We've been highlighting Austin, Texas having a lot of mass shootings lately, haven't we? Well, that's false, because the truth is every day could be a possible mass shooting when you have automatic weapons on your streets. What are we going to do about this? The individuals that catch these individuals and try to help these individuals reenter to society, to help remove some of the guns off of the streets, it's not in a reactive manner. It's in a preventative manner. If you want to go ask Chief Davis, if you want to go ask Commander Lee Davis, who is engaging with the communities? Who do they see in the streets? I guarantee you that our collective, our community-based public safety network, alliance here in Austin, are the people that help them. Help relieve some of the stress that they're experiencing, because they're not always having to deal with just violent crimes, right? They have to deal with everything in our city of Austin, right? And we are causing stress on APD. We are causing stress on other departments in our city by removing these services. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. While we go over here, we'll start down here and then we'll come back across. Please.
Oh, me? Or you?
No.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Sundiata Allen Connor. I'm a resident of District 1, and also I'm here on behalf of the Universal Tech Movement. I've spent 15 years in Austin nonprofit operations, most of them watching city budgets from the inside of the organizations they fund, where I've seen firsthand what these investments become in people's lives. This summer, Universal Tech Movement is hosting a cohort of high school students. One of them, a junior named Michael, wrote that this internship gives us an opportunity to learn valuable tech skills for our future careers while showing us how technology can empower and uplift the local communities. Another intern, a young lady named Sanaya, wrote simply, "I feel welcomed and glad to belong." One of them reached us through a youth employment partnership, the kind of pipeline this budget either funds or forfeits. These young people are what the youth employment line item looks like in person. The proposed budget contemplates roughly $5 million in cuts to the provider contracts funding workforce development, digital inclusion, and reentry support. Those contracts are audited, outcomes are tracked and verified. This is some of the most accountable spending in this budget. And it prevents the far more expensive crisis the city otherwise pays for later. So our ask is simple. Protect these investments. Michael and Sanaya are counting on Austin to keep that door open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mayor, and thank you again, council members. My name is Pat Vaz-Treyes, and I live in District 3, and I am again going to speak about animal services, but I'm not going to repeat what I've already said. I am going to speak to how to monitor performance measures that are important in getting us on the road to being an open intake shelter. I want to go back to something I did say the other day about us being closed intake, and that is that there was a time when we were very proud to be the largest open intake shelter in the country, and we have lost that status. We are now no longer open intake, so we don't get to brag about that. We do have a high live outcome rate, which is what we used to say. We had the highest live outcome rate for an open intake shelter, But it doesn't mean anything if we close intake. If you're not letting animals in and they're dying on the street and you don't know what's happening to them, that should not be a performance measure. So I would like you to remove the performance indicator that is percent of shelter live outcomes and have a number that is the number of animals that come into the shelter, the number of animals that are turned away from the shelter, and then have a number of animals that leave the shelter alive. And when you look at those numbers, figure out how well are we doing in letting every animal in that needs assistance, and then only counting a success if we are doing better every year in the number of animals we actually save, as opposed to just looking at the ones that are in the shelter and not looking at the ones that are turned away. I also spoke last time about the fact that you don't have very much revenue to do this, so I would like you to take a look at the donations fund as a possible source. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please.
Peace. Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Kermit Hyder. I'm blessed to be able to serve as the Chief Operations Officer for Hungry Hill Foundation. And today I just want to highlight a few points, right? I'm sure that you're already aware of that. Hungry Hill Foundation is currently and actively engaging, building relationships with individuals that are on the ground at the level where the violence is happening, right? We want to be preventative and not be responsive to what's already happened, right? We want to be preventative, and the way we do that is to be able to get in front of people, engage those relationships, and just build, right? We have high risk interventions going on right now. Just to highlight a few things, like we're not asking the city to choose between community violence intervention and public safety. We're asking y'all to recognize that it goes hand in hand. It's one. If you remove the community violence intervention, the prevention, Hungry Hill, you take the public out of public safety. By investing in what is working, right, not an idea, you're investing in something that is working, that has data behind it. You are investing in your community. And again, we don't want to tie up the lines, calling EMS, 911, when it's not necessary, when we can invest in our community. If you remove these dollars, you take less people that are able to go into these areas, into the schools, connect with the kids, to get in front of, like I'm saying, to be preventative, to stop them from going to make a bad decision. If you remove that, then who's going to go in and go speak to these kids, speak to these individuals in these areas, be able to come here and speak with y'all, and so we can all be on one accord, right? We all live in this city and want to keep it a safe city, right? It's supposed to be a safe city, but we all know that there's a lot of things going on that can't be prevented. So we ask you to not cut. Thank you.
Continuing on, Zenobia Joseph, Salvador Espinosa, Peter Hunt, Judith Bueno, Rosa Maria Murillo. Are you still here?
If your name's been called, please come forward. Ma'am, whenever you're ready, please begin. Just state your name for the record. Please begin.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Judy Bueno. I want to share my story. I grew up in Austin. My parents weren't really concerned about me, so they didn't care when I moved out at the age of 11. And then at 15, I got pregnant. More time passed, and this life put me in jail for a while. When I got out, I was able to get a job at a laundromat and would sleep there at night. Or sometimes I would sleep under a tree, a bridge, a creek. And then a miracle happened. It was very cold outside when this man who came to give out blankets, he asked me if I would like to move into a shelter, and I said yes. I learned about family elder care. I found out that they had apartments for older people who had been homeless. I started to cry, dear God, is my nightmare finally over? It's been 2 years since I moved into Pecan Gardens. The staff meets with us regularly to check on our mental and physical health. They help get me signed up for insurance and Social Security benefits. Never in my life have I felt so cared for. I've been elected to be the resident president, plus I've started a little food business there. I take orders from other residents for homemade tacos, enchiladas, pancakes, and other dishes. People love my cooking, and I make a little spending money this way. I don't know where I'd be today without family elder care. I'd probably still be living in the streets, very sick, spending a lot of time in the ER. And I know there are so many others out there just like me. I'm here to ask you, to beg you, please do not cut these vital services that are literally saving our lives. I am a living testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, sir.
Morning, Council. My name is Peter Hunt from District 10, and I want to read some testimony on behalf of a friend and colleague of mine, Dr. Robin Kirschenbaum from District 5, who can't be here today or for any of these sessions owing to some health issues. So I'm going to read that now. My name is Dr. Robin Kirschenbaum, District 5 occupational therapist. I would like to share one of the primary lenses that I see the world through and that serve to look at this great city of ours. At the population level, as an occupational therapist, my first question is, what do people want and need to do to live a life of meaning and purpose? The people this coalition, the Community Investment Budget Coalition, represent need safe, affordable, and secure housing. They need to be able to enjoy their neighborhoods by breathing air that is free of toxic fumes from fossil fuel power plants. And they need access to healthy, nutritious food and health care. And they need to be safe from violent partners who threaten their and their children's lives. The challenges our neighbors face are made more complex by individual, ancestral, and collective trauma. I've studied this in depth and dedicate my life to witnessing and working with trauma, including my own in collective spaces, and I assure you this is very real and is at the core of the significant challenges facing our neighbors. When the city chooses to launch reactive, punitive actions against the unhoused, it sends additional waves of trauma doing the opposite of solving a problem. I know that getting the right supports and resources to those in need works. I've been a part of collaborative actions in large urban school districts, and research and anecdotal evidence supports it. My and my colleagues' work, Every Moment Counts, is being implemented with success across the world, translated into 100 languages. While Austin's skyline has changed dramatically in the last 15 years, Austin's real beauty and power and its uniqueness lies in its people, all of its residents. I find it confusing that in a time of austerity, much of the budget has gone to APD. There are many in this city who need other kinds of support. My hope is that you open your eyes and ears to the story of those Austinites who don't come out to vote because they feel no one sees them or cares about them. My hope is that you consider your fiscal priorities and support the Community Investment Budget Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Joseph?
I have a technical question, Mayor. Are you going to reopen number 1? I was here.
No. If your name was called, then...
They didn't call my name. I told Rachel in the lobby.
Let me look into it. If you go ahead on number 2 and we'll look into it.
Well, the only reason I'm asking is because I have slides, so if I don't need to use them now, I'll just speak to you.
Ms. Joseph, just do what you want to do on this. I mean, you always have a question, and we never seem to satisfy you, so go ahead and do what you want to do.
Well, I'm satisfied, but I'd appreciate if you'll check into it, Mayor.
I will. I told you I would.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I'm Zenobia Joseph. I'll just speak to the social service contract. I specifically want you to recognize the $279.3 million in the consultant contracts and to come back to the community and tell us how you recouped some of that money as opposed to simply allowing those individuals who are bad actors to keep the funds. As it relates specifically to the slide that's before you, I just want the city manager to recognize that the ordinance requires you to operate with integrity. And the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant has this language that's before you: expand transit infrastructure, connectivity, and increase regional equity. And so what I want you to recognize is that the $194 million that you're giving the Project Connect is fraudulent. Next slide. As it relates specifically to the Runberg, North Lamar, and this is specifically Yeager and North Lamar, I want you to recognize that it was August 5th, 2025, when the Assistant City Manager, Mike Rogers, actually saw the paint still on the ground where the imam was killed. I want you to recognize you have the funding, and if the city manager doesn't understand what I'm saying, this corridor is number 2 in TxDOT's safety plan for the state of Texas. Next slide. I want you to recognize, as it relates to District 6, 1, 4, and 7, specifically, Samsung to Apple is approximately $20 billion corridor with no bus. And so while I recognize you're talking about the social services grants, I want you to recognize if people don't have a way to get to the transportation to get to the jobs, then really it doesn't do any good if you're just putting them in permanent segregated housing, PSH. I want you to also look into Espero Rutland. 101 of those 171 individuals have vouchers, and apparently there have been some people who have been killed, either drug overdoses or otherwise. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Ms. Murillo?
Before you begin, can I just verify you have time donated? Is Leslie Vargas here?
She is.
And Johnson Thomas. Okay, 6 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Vela, and council members. Dr. Rosa Maria Murillo, Chair of the One Voice Central Texas, as well as the CEO for El Buen Samaritano. Before coming to El Buen Samaritano, I also worked for over 22 decades, not 20 decades, 2 decades in state and local public government. And so I have had the honor to sit in both sides of this discussion. I also had the honor to serve as assistant director for what is now called Austin Public Health. El Buen Samaritano in fiscal year 25 served well over 30,000 individuals in this community. Many of these individuals came from districts 3, 1, 5, 4, 6. Within those districts, we distributed over $9 million to over 5,000 individuals that were fighting to stay housed. And this year, we're doing the same thing. As we look to next year, we recognize that there is no funding allowed for eviction prevention and financial assistance to many of the families that live in your districts. The budget discussed today will tell our community what we choose to protect. Before this budget was written, we visited every council office. We met with your offices. Not to ask for special treatment, we came asking for leadership. We asked council to recognize health and human services as essential services. We asked them to make reductions to social services as a last resort. We also required impact statements before reducing services affecting vulnerable residents, which, by the way, we have not seen. I want to thank Councilmember Velasquez, Alter, Kadri, Siegel, Lane, and Fuentes for publicly supporting these principles. I also want to recognize Councilmember Vanessa Fuentes, who, despite significant personal challenges, continued to advocate for residents in her district. On behalf of One Central Texas, I respectfully renew our request to this council to reject the proposed fiscal year 27 budget reduction to social services and the projected reduction in fiscal year 28. Austin works because Austin nonprofits work. City investments do more than purchase city services. City investments leverage philanthropy, volunteers, foundation funding, corporate partnerships, state and federal grants. When city investments are reduced, Austin is risking losing far more than the dollars removed from the budget. Today, many of us are here speaking for people that cannot. Children attending summer school, summer programming as we speak, families working to avoid eviction, older adults, veterans, people living with disabilities, working parents trying to make it through another day. At El Buen, nearly half of the individuals that we serve through the city-funded housing stability programs are children. El Buen Samaritano serves well over 86% Latino families in this community, many which live in your districts. Under our I Belong in Austin, we serve 1/3 of the people we serve in that program come from the African American community, highlighting the tremendous disparity in the community. Many of the people, many of the neighbors we serve have the least political influence, but they have every right to expect that this council protect them. The easiest budget decision is to reduce services for those with the least political influence. The courageous decision is to protect what is essential. And what I mean by essential is basic human needs services like housing and shelter and food. Budgets are public declarations of values. They reveal not only what a city can afford, they reveal what a city refuses to abandon. The measure of this budget will be what the city chooses to protect. With that, I want to go back to your statements, Mayor. The mayor said to us this week, good fiscal stewardship and strong social services are not competing goals. Financial accountability is not in conflict with personal compassion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm calling the last batch of speakers for item 2. Pierre Beristain, Nadia Barbeau, Monica Guzman. Is Robin Schneider here? Okay, I see you. Monica will have 4 minutes. Michael Lofton, Summer Alexander, and Jen P.
If your name's been called, please make your way to the front. Ms. Guzman, we'll start with you when you're ready.
Excuse me. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director at GAVA. GAVA, the Community Investment Budget Coalition, and many others are urging you to fund basic and critical priorities instead of departments with already sizable budgets, including the Austin Police. The Austin Police officers have full plates, and funding the social service priorities will relieve police of tasks they should not have to do and are unable to do, like responding to mental health crises and addressing the needs of our economically vulnerable community. The police cannot provide emergency rental or eviction assistance, assist with paying increased or past due utility bills, child care, or address other basic and critical needs. There's funding tied to 300 plus sworn officer vacancies, funding that can be reallocated for recruitment, salary increases and benefits, retirement, and more, allowing for up to $25 million. $25 million to instead fund early childhood and education development, $75,000 sustained funding for the Austin Travis County Family Child Care Educator Network partnership with Homegrown to support strategies for home-based child care, $100,000 sustained funding for the program coordinator role at Austin Economic Development through the end of fiscal 27 to sustain the city's commitment to home-based child care and to build partnerships to ensure the impactful network implementation already begun is fully realized. $325,000 for implementation of a direct assistance pilot program for child care providers to address the economic instability of home-based child care caused by low wages for their care work and Austin's affordability crisis. Family Stabilization Grant. You've heard from 3 residents, including Mirna Rodriguez, a GAVA resident leader, who were grant recipients, and are also urging you to restore funding to ensure families benefit from the grant and are able to address health challenges and are moved toward economic stability. reinstate the FSG with permanent allocation of at least $1.3 million and ideally increase to $3 million to meet the greater needs and higher costs of living in Austin for 80-plus households. Austin Public Health, invest $820,000 for immigrant supports. There is daily detainment and deportation, especially in districts 2, 4, and 5. Last week, a resident shared about her neighbor's husband being detained on the way to work and later fast-tracked for deportation later in that same day. Even city staff have been impacted by family or friends who needed support due to a detainment and pending deportation. $570,000, restore and increase funding for the legal representation services contracts. $250,000, sustain funding for mental health services. And $750,000 for implementation of a dedicated community health worker strike team is needed. On Blue Sky Days, they are engaging residents, informing and educating on disaster preparedness. Gray Sky Days, they are in the community, checking on vulnerable residents. We know that funding social services and quality of life initiatives bring us the crime reduction and social safety nets needed to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Lofton.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Watson, City Council members. I'm Michael Lofton, the founder and executive director for the African American Youth Harvest Foundation, as well as the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center. And I'm here today mainly, first and foremost, before I get started, I want to say I support all of the nonprofits that's here today asking for help, because they all do great work in the community, and I applaud their efforts. And it is my hope that the City Council looks for a way to support these nonprofits. And I am willing to talk off record about ways that this can possibly be considered. What I'm here today to also talk about is basically the Harvest Trauma Recovery Center, which is the only trauma recovery center in the state of Texas that is supported by the National Trauma Recovery Center out of San Francisco. Recently, we received a letter saying that our funding would be cut or ended on September the 30th. And so I wanted to talk about that because the Trauma Recovery Center is supporting or has supported thousands of youth and families. And we also support all of these other nonprofits that have been here today. Those individuals that have boots on the street, all roads lead to the Trauma Recovery Center, and we support them and just many, many others. We support, Black, white, Hispanic, LGBTQ, the whole 9 yards. And we serve individuals from every district. I also want to take my hat off to APH. APH has done a marvelous job in their work and working with us on this here. And I realize the challenges that they have. Our funding for the Trauma Recovery Center did not just come from the city of Austin this year, even though the city of Austin has been the management of those funds. It started with an interlocal agreement between the city of Austin, Travis County, as well as the federal from Congressman Doggett. I'm here to also today to say that I have identified other funders. I would like to sit down with the city of Austin to talk about other funding needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lofton. Please go ahead. Just state your name for the record.
My name is Nadia Barbeau. I am with Moms Demand Action. Good afternoon. First, I would like to say that it appears the cuts to CVI have been proposed based on a rubric, but because we haven't heard the presentation yet from Manager Broadnax, I'm not sure the public understands fully and haven't been able to see you all discuss this rubric, and that would have been really helpful, I think, here for this discussion today. As Moms Demand Action is a national member nonprofit with chapters all over the country, which supports evidence-based strategies to reduce gun violence. We know that the United States has a gun homicide rate 26 times higher, a total gun death rate 13 times higher than other high-income peer nations. Community Violence Intervention, CVI, is a proven evidence-based strategy and investment that cities all over the country use to pull down our country's high rates of gun violence. Gun violence does not have to impact each of us personally before we act to prevent it. There is a whole coalition of advocacy organizations here in Austin with Moms Demand Action who support this work continuing. We support the community investment budget increase in CVI to approximately $4.3 million. The numbers in Austin prove the CVI investment works. Homicides in Austin were at 90 in 2021 and dropped to 55 last year in 2025. Finally, all of this drills down on the ground to examples and lives. I personally have been connected to several of the Mommy Space parents that Tracy Brown mentioned earlier. One mother's son was receiving intensive therapy because he had experienced 3 instances of gun violence in his childhood. Predictably, he experienced many traumas from this experience and was receiving services from the Trauma Recovery Center. He did pass from gun violence. So we hope you protect this.
Good morning. My name is Summer Alexander. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I'm a lifetime Austinite and resident to District 2. I work as a Texas chapter coordinator for Time Done. I'm also a member of the Crime Survivors Speak, as well as a Texas Certified Justice Systems Recovery and Reentry Peer Specialist with Texas Harm Reduction Alliance. In 2018, I became the victim of a brutal stabbing here in Austin that nearly took my life. The trauma and instability that followed ultimately contributed to me becoming homeless. I learned firsthand that homelessness, violence, trauma, substance use, and involvement with the criminal legal system does not exist in separate boxes. They intersect. And when one need goes unaddressed, every other crisis becomes harder and more expensive to resolve. As I mentioned, I work daily with people returning home from jails and prisons. I see daily how peer support, housing assistance, harm reduction, violence prevention, and reentry services can interrupt these cycles. These programs help people obtain financial stability, identification, secure housing, reconnect to treatment, and build stability. They do not simply provide services. They prevent homelessness, reduce recidivism, support crime survivors, prevent violent crimes from occurring, and they make our community safer. Cutting funding to these programs will not shift the cost. That's not safety. It does not save the city money. It is postponing the bill. It is transferring the cost until our city becomes more dangerous. A safe city is not creating it through enforcement only. You are looking at a mother that since 2018 has went from being formally incarcerated to being a survivor of a violent crime and now being able to financially provide stability to 5 children, one of which I'm putting through college right now. I'm asking all of you on this board to please think about the families that you are impacting right now. Think about the way that the community can be changed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, all speakers have been called.
Thank you very much. All yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Carrie Lang, Director of Budget and Organizational Excellence. And we are here to talk through several of our departments today, walking through their proposed budget and some of the programmatic insights that we have on their budget. And there it goes.
And as I said earlier, I'll point it out again. What we're going to do is we'll get this briefing from staff, and then when we go to questions, what I think we ought to do is we'll start with community health and sustainability, and that way, if any, ask your questions about that, and that way we'll have staff come up for those questions. Then we'll go to homelessness and housing, and then we'll go to social services. Is that okay with you?
Perfectly fine.
Good. All right. It's all yours. I'll try not to interrupt again.
Thank you. And so, of course, we always start with the timeline. We're on the 22nd, where we will talk about community health and sustainability, homelessness and housing, and social service contracts. We have about 4 more work sessions scheduled before adoption on the 12th. So we want to make sure we took a bit of a deeper dive into the department's budgets, and this is sorted out by our strategic planning priorities. We will focus on animal services, parks and recreation, public health, library, and Austin resource recovery within the community health and sustainability priority area. And then for homelessness and housing, we'll include planning, homeless strategies and operations, and housing. And then finally, we'll do a walkthrough of our social service grants. So starting with Animal Services operates the Austin Animal Center and provides animal protection services to the community. With a $26.5 million budget, the department leverages its resources. They have 136 employees and over 73,000 volunteers. The Animal Services budget supports sheltering over 12,000 animals, performing 5,600 surgeries, and they continually to successfully reach the 95% live outcomes goal that they have. This slide really talks through also the increases that you'll see budget to budget for their general fund. And then continuing looking at their general fund and the net programmatic changes that they have one new position to develop and implement a safety program and funding for security improvements at the center, as well as protective gear and equipment for their staff. The Animal Center relies on adoptions and partner placements, as well as the volunteers that I mentioned, to help with their operational capacity. They also are receiving $275,000 of one-time dollars through our Budget Stabilization Reserve Fund for several security improvements. Austin Parks and Recreation. This general fund slide shows their general fund resources and expenditures. It is the largest non-public safety department in the general fund. This $141 million is seeing a 3.9% increase for fiscal year 27 proposed. As you all know, the department is diverse. It has parkland, trails. It operates our cemeteries and nature centers, our recreation centers, pools, and senior centers. The community services portion or program supports many of these areas. With park planning, you'll see that program listed there. That is mostly for our park maintenance, trail and facilities maintenance, as well as trail construction. The department has a net change of 0 positions, and I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide, but they have 791 general fund positions. Walking through their program highlights and performance, they continue to see a relatively high satisfaction rate amongst residents and have received funding to continue to work at parks and pools to support Barton Springs Bathhouse. Those are 2 new positions that they are receiving. There are dollars reallocated from their temporary staff and supplemental programs in the fiscal year 27 proposed budget. And when you look at some of the department's highlights, it's one of their long-term goals to increase access to parks and open spaces, and they continue to work on that goal through the fiscal year. And it is also looking at providing those programming to those who are in need through financial assistance. The Parks Department also has other funds that supports their full operation. And so this slide really walks through the total funding sources for this department. They have $159.9 million in total funding when you look at their grants, as well as the golf fund. The golf fund is supportive of 6 municipal golf courses: Lyons, Roy Kaiser, Jimmy Clay, Hancock, Morris Williams, and Gray Rock. And they have 48 positions within the golf fund. In addition to the golf fund, there is the Parks and Gate Entry Fund, which is for the parking meters and gates around the Parks and Recreation Department. Moving forward to public health, the public health proposed budget of $88.2 million is a slight 2.6% decrease. The public health department is focused on working to prevent disease, promote health, and protect the well-being of the community. They have 310 general fund positions. The department focuses on family health, women, infant, and children's nutrition, child care quality, infectious disease prevention, healthy living initiatives, health and safety code compliance, disease surveillance, and vital records administration, among many other programs. It is available to serve over 147 individuals, and it's issued over 16,000 health permits in fiscal year 25. When we look at the department's highlights and programming, there are some reallocations within the public health department, and it includes transitioning its in-house lab services to contracted services, as well as discontinuing the convenience store healthy food program. It is also receiving additional funding to support the reporting and communication between the state on infectious disease. And so that the software that they'll be receiving will allow for continued data sharing with the state health services. They also plan to launch the Community Health Improvement Plan in the new fiscal year and continue to serve patients, including linking newly diagnosed patients with the appropriate care. This slide walks through all of the funding sources for the Public Health Department, a total of $131.9 million. The Public Health Department is unique in that it is 32% grant funded, and about half of their positions are grant funded. That's 269 positions that are funded by grants. The opioid settlement fund is a small fund where they use those dollars to communicate harm reduction for opioid or drug use. And then, of course, they have a number of grants that support the functions of the department. Public Library, $80 million is their operating budget. It has not increased from the current year, and the net change in positions is due to primarily due to the implementation of the One ATS, phase one of the One ATS initiative, and so that's why you see that reduction in the number of positions. The library has over 338,000 active card holders, providing nearly 6,500 programs across its 21 libraries. The Public Services Program captures most of the activity, including the History Center. The $29 million in this program has the branch library's operations, youth programming, and print services. Materials management, this $9.2 million, focuses on ensuring physical and virtual materials remain updated and in circulation across the library system. There is increased funding for the library for 5 positions to support the Austin History Center campus, as well as a reduction of $315,000 across several object codes for reallocation to departmental priorities. And as you can see here, some of their performance measures include initiatives focused on underserved populations, as well as continuing the work on safety protocols for staff. The library has an additional fund, the Library Facilities Maintenance and Improvements Fund. That fund was created with the opening of the Central Library, and the funding, the revenue sources from that for that fund comes from building rentals, the garage parking at the library, any lease revenue, and it's used for supplemental operating costs and one-time costs for the entire library system. And so you'll see $1.1 million of one-time funding for equipment and upgrading the loading dock at the Austin History Center. Moving on to resource recovery. This is the enterprise fund that we'll talk about today, and enterprise department that we'll talk about today, that is focused on helping to keep the city clean and support our sustainability goals. With about 221,000 customers, this $157,000 budget supports delivering these services. Revenue for Austin Resource Recovery is primarily through their rates and fees to ensure residential collection and litter abatement. And then you'll see in this transfers other, they have a large transfer to their CIP, primarily to support the replacement schedules for their vehicles and their trucks so that they can continue their services. Looking at some of the highlights for the department, 138,000 tons of trash has been collected in fiscal year 25. 50,000 tons of recyclables collected. The department's budget and goals support collections, a collection rate of at least 99%. And when you're looking at the coming year, they will implement a pilot mattress recycling program and will begin underpass cleanup, which has historically been done by Public Transportation and Public Works, which will now be done by ARR. This slide walks through the department's 5-year financial forecast, and you'll see in fiscal year 27, the expenses exceed revenue primarily due to the large transfer to their CIP or capital improvement program, again, for the purchase of the replacement trucks that they need to do in fiscal year 27. Over the forecast period, though, you'll see the right sizing of that as they slowly reduce some of those transfers. And then the bottom table walks through the proposed rate changes for the base rates as well as the clean community fee rate changes and the projected changes through the forecast period. Moving on to homelessness and housing. Our planning department is one of the departments that falls under the homelessness and housing strategic priority area in the citywide strategic plan. The $14.1 million budget supports current and long-term planning, and its services include code amendments, zoning and annexation case management, and historic preservation. There are 73 positions across planning that works on all of these efforts. You can see that they've done 144 zoning applications, they've received 144 zoning applications in fiscal year 25. Looking at some of their programmatic highlights, there is a new position to support the historic preservation office that is proposed for fiscal year 27, and then 2 planner positions that will support the land use commissions, and demographic needs. These 2 new positions are partially offset by temporary employee budgets. And then finally, the Imagine Austin comprehensive plan update is currently underway. There is a key milestone that includes the conditions reports and the draft of the place types maps. And you can also see representation of the work that the department is doing on the number of engagements that they're planning for this fiscal year and fiscal year 27. The homeless strategies and operations, of course, is primarily a general fund department. Their $54.5 million budget includes social service grants as well as their operational budget. You will see in this fiscal year, there's been a transition of some of those social service grant dollars into their operating funding to support the operations of our emergency shelters. They have 38 positions. They have increased a net of 3 positions. 4 positions are new positions, but there was 1 position that transferred over into the facilities management department. And then when you look at some of their work, they have 1,000 new permanent supportive housing units, and they are continuing to work on developing a coordinated street outreach framework in fiscal year 27. They're launching 2 dashboards, one focused on provider funding and outreach. The other will be focused on homeless encampment and management initiatives. HSO is receiving additional ongoing money for the marshalling yard as well as ongoing for permanent supportive housing. The Homeless Strategies and Operations Department has a few different funding sources. General fund is their primary source, but they also receive funding from the Emergency Solutions Grant, the Homeless Housing and Services Grant out of the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and they have funding through our House Our People Endowment Fund, or the HOPE Fund, as well as funding from the Housing Trust Fund to support permanent supportive housing wraparound services. And then our final department that we will walk through is our housing department, which is primarily a general fund department. They have $14.4 million in their general fund. This department, of course, focuses on administering programs to assist low to moderate income residents find affordable housing. Their services include displacement mitigation, eviction prevention, down payment assistance, and local housing vouchers. Their home repair services help residents stay in their homes, and then the department has assisted over 900 households in fiscal year 25 with rental assistance. They are receiving 2 new positions to support the recently created Asset Management, Monitoring, and Compliance Division within the department that will be focused on making sure there is fiscal monitoring of the 37 Austin Housing Finance Corporation's properties. There will also be $2.1 million of ongoing funding in the general fund to support local housing vouchers. The department is also funded by several other funding sources. The Housing Trust Fund has $5.6 million for local housing vouchers. The HOPE Fund will have $2.3 for of one-time funding for emergency rental assistance. And then there's also the Preservation Tax Increment Fund, as well as the Neighborhood Housing University Neighborhood Overlay Fund. Those funds are restricted to expend within those zones or the overlay area. Now walking through our social service grants. So as we think about our social service grants and the conversation that we've had over the last year or so, I want to start out with, to make sure we have the background and context. We began this conversation during the fiscal year 26 budget deliberations. And as you all will remember, we allocated $14 million of our Budget Stabilization Reserve Fund to the general fund in fiscal year 26 to hold the social service contracts harmless for this fiscal year. With the November amendment, $5.3 million of current social service grant funding was reallocated, which resulted in a 10% reduction to some of the social service grant providers. The planned year, when we were working on this fiscal year, current fiscal year, included a $16.8 million reduction. In February, we had a conversation or a briefing with the Public Health Committee. We also received a resolution. Council finalized a resolution directing us to look at or create a rubric that will guide the discussion on any of the recommended reductions. And then we started really walking through and having this conversation, continuing this conversation in May with the Public Health Committee that resulted in the proposed reductions that were proposed in the proposed budget. During this time, we also had conversation with community government partners as well as the social service providers, having 2 meetings with One Voice Central Texas, 6 community budget meetings, as well as 2 listening sessions with providers. There was also a presentation to the Joint Inclusion Committee and the African American Resource Advisory Committee. And so as we looked at the framework based on the resolution that was given, the framework really needed to focus on 5 key areas or dimensions. Looking at the community need, the need trajectory, how this aligns with the city's strategic role, investment efficiency, and then council and community direction. This rubric included up to 75 points for the focus areas, and then the evaluation was expanded to show how those points would impact individual contracts within those focus areas. So the scores were aggregated, and then we looked at how to focus or base those total reduction targets across the contracts. There were 14 contracts that maintained their funding that did not have reductions. And those were based on those contracts helping the city or the region continue our maintenance of effort or mandatory grant matches, as well as whether or not those contracts really were supporting city investments or city invested properties. And this led to the portfolio or the services that you see here. So these are all the focus groups that we walked through, the focus areas that we walked through and identified, as well as the fiscal year 26 budget, the proposed reduction, and the adjusted budget for fiscal year 27. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there were several of the contracts that we moved over from social services into the operations of the Austin Housing, Austin Public Health and Homelessness and Strategies Office. And there were the 14 contracts that maintained funding that totaled $9.9 million. And then finally, we have the Sobering Center that will be moved to one-time funding as we look at these allocations. As we move forward, there are continued conversations on the eliminations and or reductions across these contracts. We will continue working with staff and plan to have a final recommendation of those reductions and eliminations during these budget deliberations within the next week or so. As we continue to work towards the future of the framework, the goal is to really refine those focus areas and make sure we are identifying the services that are priority for the council and community, developing strategies and funding, seeing how we can, what levels of funding will be provided at each focus area, as well as making sure we are creating a solicitation that identifies and focuses on the results that are desired for those areas, and then ensuring that we have performance monitoring and accountability measures in place once those contracts are granted. Again, here's the timeline, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Members, what I would suggest we do is if you want to ask questions, and again, I want to, unless Director Lang tells me she wants to do something different, what I would suggest we do is we start, now I've got too much paper. We start with community health and sustainability so that staff will be available. Then we go to homelessness and housing, and then we go to social services contracts. So if you want to ask questions on community health and sustainability, light me up. Yeah. I appreciate your having some discretion in that. But and then what I'm going to do is I've been told community health and sustainability, and then we'll go to homelessness and housing, and then social services contracts. So for right now, I've got people who want to speak on community health and sustainability. Let me tell you how I think we can work this. If you look over at your little screen by the speaker, I think I can set that for 10 minutes. And that way you can see how much time you have as opposed to hoping that you finish it. Right, Mayor Pro Tem? Yeah, that you get it in that day. And that way, now if you go over the 10, your seat. I have a button right here. No, I will then let you know about it if it's continuous and unabated. So, Councilmember Lane, Councilmember Ellis, Councilmember Alter, and Councilmember Kadri will be the order we go on community health and sustainability. And I'm going to start the clock. Councilmember Lane.
Thank you. I'm just going to start with a quick question related to parks. In the last meeting, I asked a little bit about equipment and infrastructure related to park security. Now I'd like to follow up with a little bit of a question about staffing. For the internal reclassified security position, I'd like to understand how much has gone into the planning process so far. What position would be reclassified for a security manager? Would there be a different salary range for the new position? That type of information.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Manager, council members. Councilmember Lane, the position that it's one FTE that you're referring to, which is a position that's going to be reclassified. I'll have to get you the exact FTE that we're reclassifying, but it's a vacant FTE that we're moving into that function.
It's a very tough budget cycle, and I'm going to go ahead and yield this time to my colleagues so that we can move through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ellis, followed by Councilmember Alter and Councilmember Kadri, and I'll...
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I guess we drew the short straw by getting to go first, so bear with us as we get our questions in order. I did come up with one because I noticed there was a fairly high dollar line item regarding the Barton Springs bathhouse. Does that have anything to do with upgrades with the new renovation, or is it to help us maintain compliance with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit that does require an educational center to be at that bathhouse?
I am checking.
Looks like you may want to stay pretty close by, Director Aguirre.
Apologies, I was not paying attention. I walked away. So this question is related to the new bathhouse positions?
Yeah, there's bathhouse positions and I think some cashier positions. And I was just curious because the bathhouse has recently been renovated, how that plays with an expanded bathhouse, but also knowing our U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit requires us to have that educational component in that area.
That's correct. And part of the rehabilitation of the bathhouse included expanding the overall exhibit area. So under the new design, as folks enter the pool, they're going to go through that exhibit area, and it's going to be much enhanced. So the idea here is we want to make sure, in order to stay in compliance with that permit, but also just to increase our educational opportunities, we needed some additional staffing.
Okay, sounds good. Good to hear that. I am curious generally around parks maintenance and ongoing impacts for our recreational space improvements and grounds maintenance. Can you briefly highlight, I know that you're reclassifying some positions. What do those maintenance FTEs look like, and are any of them increasing or being reclassified through other vacant positions right now?
Sorry, Councilmember, I'm not sure which FTEs you're referring to that we're reclassifying within the maintenance and operations. Mm-hmm. As part of the new budget?
Right.
The new budget does not include any new FTEs. It includes temporary staff. So it includes some temps as well as some commodities and supplies, et cetera, but it does not include any new FTEs. And the funding included in the proposed budget focuses on the increased costs of maintenance and operations for newly developed parks and newly acquired land.
Okay. Okay, and are there any adjustments currently being made to the land management aspect? I know last year we were able to include, I think it was $1 million, if I'm correct. I believe we ended up putting it with the fire department just because we knew there's a lot of collaboration there. Are there any proposed increases to land management positions?
Not in our budget. I mean, our hope is to continue to collaborate with the fire department and other departments. There is some additional funding included for contracts for forestry that'll help with tree maintenance, which also contributes to that, but nothing specifically for the overall land management program.
Okay. And then I'll just ask one question about a position that's unfunded, it appears, in this budget, and it is regarding a Parks and Recreation internal auditor.
Correct.
What is the conversation around that, and what are the aims if for some reason we're able to fund that position? What would be the goals?
Sure. Our proposal there was simply to add some additional administrative support to do our own audits. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of contracts and other agreements with various entities, both concessionaires, contractors, partners. Recently, we've been receiving a ton of support from our partners at Austin Health with their auditor doing some audits of some of our POMA agreements. So we were just looking to try to bring some of that in-house, assuming that at some point Austin Public Health is gonna say, well, you got to take over. But that was the intent there.
Okay. I think that's a really good idea because I know year over year we're always looking to make sure our parks dollars can stretch as far as possible. I would be supportive of that, but obviously with everything going on with this budget, we'll just need to see if that's something that could be handled. And I also just want to flag, because I know that right now special events is being reclassified from a Parks and Recreation assignment to ACME, and I just want to make sure if those audits are happening with special events and POMAs that we're overlapping that work and we're not just focusing on parks when maybe those special events and POMAs are going to be discussed with the leadership with ACME as well. I think it's important to make sure we're in compliance.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the audits is for the Trail of Lights, which is now a program that we're operating in conjunction with ACME, given that it's an event. So.
Okay, perfect example. Thank you.
Mayor, I do have an update for Councilmember Lane's question. The position that was reclassified was a vacant park ranger position that has been reclassified to a security manager position.
Councilmember Ellis, are you finished?
I am, thank
Good
you.
deal. Then, Councilmember Alter, you have the floor.
Very good. I'll have questions for every department except for Animal Services. So if you're a director of one of the departments in Community Health and Sustainability, I invite you to come on forward. But first, Director Aguirre, I wanted to understand the impact of the proposed reduction to the youth camp funding.
Yeah, those reductions are in two areas. One is sort of a legacy program that we call the Lending Library, which essentially was the department's focus on centralizing specific vendors that provided enrichment programs. And so we would hire contractors that would then go out to the individual community centers and offer enrichment programs, arts, STEM programming, et cetera. So we've just reduced that, eliminating some of the temporary staff dollars and some of the contracting staff. So that doesn't impact the capacity or the availability of the programs themselves. It just reduces the amount of enrichment programming that happens. So that's the bulk of it.
So same number of kids will still be able to participate. Just with it. Okay.
It'll be a little less fun.
Maybe a little more outdoors or something. I don't know. On page 388 of the budget, that's the capital portion of the budget. I just want to make sure that I am understanding the spending plan as it relates to land acquisition for both 2026, 2027, and 28 through 31 are currently zero, and that is the case. Unless additional funds are added one way or another, that is a zero.
That's a little bit of a quirk in sort of the way that's reported. We are still anticipating land acquisition with remaining funds that we have. So there's no more bond dollars, but we have some limited PLD dollars as well as some funding associated with the $50 million acquisition fund that was created by council. Those dollars in the $50 million fund are already sort of quote unquote spoken for, and that we're in negotiations and getting through that. But there are, there's still some planned acquisitions in the fiscal year through those funds.
Okay, very good. Looking at, Councilmember Ellis asked that one. There is a program manager 2 position on enhancement number 6. So forgive me, I'm jumping documents here. That was an enhancement not included, and it's a position to lead the implementation of the landscape and lawn equipment electrification initiative. I know y'all have already started putting in some of that infrastructure so that we can do some of the electrification of the equipment. How does this position, either in this case not being funded, implement or impact our ability to do that pilot?
Sure. So thank you, Councilmember. As you said, that was a position intended really to take the overall sort of strategy on electrification and coordinate that. And one position obviously was just the beginning. As you mentioned, we've been sort of trying to do various aspects of, for example, the Zilker maintenance barn is going to be sort of a pilot where we're going to have additional infrastructure both for the supplying the power but also storing batteries. This will likely impact our ability to do that, but it just means folks that are already on the team are going to have to work on coordinating that.
Okay. And my last question for you, and then I'll have a question for ACAR, is your enhancement number 1, which was not funded, is about security. It's to establish a security division that will oversee security operations, so on and so forth. It's for just over $1.1 million. How does that, first off, if you could talk about what that would do in terms of security for our parks, but also if we were to move forward with some of the camera or other technology, would that offset some of this need, or are they complementary? Can you speak to that?
Sure. Thank you. They all sort of are related, and you know, this particular enhancement request was to again, we're sort of at the starting gate in several of these initiatives, but to begin that security infrastructure by taking a look at everything and really anchored in the safety and security audit that was conducted recently that sort of framed out this implementation plan. So this would have been sort of phase 1.1. Phase 1 really is the reclassification of the position we talked about earlier. That is really the first, probably most important part, to just begin the coordination. Then we're going to take a look at everything from whether it's specific technology, facilities, whether we need additional security guards, rangers, et cetera, the sort of things that rangers can and can't do. So it really is a holistic approach to that. I would also add that on the technology side, so I mentioned that the last time we talked about this, the funding for the security trailer cameras is still there, and there's an item that will wind its way back to council, I think, at some point soon. But as we continue to improve facilities, we take a look at that as well. So security is also about the way that we maintain the buildings, the way that the plantings are trimmed, et cetera. So it's a holistic approach to all that.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, something I hear about a lot is security in our parks, some of the parks in District 5, but I know across the city have had more struggle than they should. And so I know we don't have just dollars to go around, but I do think this is something worth looking at if there are ways to help, even at a lower amount, to bolster some of that security. You know, people deserve to be safe and comfortable in our parks, and that's just not always the case. Moving on. Thank you very much, Director Aguirre. And actually, Carrie, you might just be able to answer this. There is, in the enhancements as for ACAR, it says that the $1.5 million for the revolving fund is included, but then in the budget document, it only references $500,000. I just want to make sure either that's a typo or which is the right number.
No, there is partial funding in the facilities management budget that will support the revolving fund. So 1.5 is accurate.
Okay, very good. I have an APH question, and that is on page 414. There is a pretty sizable increase in the chief admin officer budget. And I was hoping you could contextualize that, why it goes from $4.7 million to $8.5 million, just what that is and why it's going to be so much higher.
Good afternoon. Director Jesus, your day is coming for your auditor. Adrienne Stirrup, Boston Public Health. We did some reorganization of the department, and so units that were historically under administrative services are now in the Chief Administrative Office. That includes facilities, that includes human resources. It also shows the staffing related to our public health infrastructure grant.
Okay, so it's just a show.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that makes sense. A couple questions for the library. My first question, I'll throw to Carrie and then maybe get some context. On page 423, no, that's not right. On one of the pages, I'll have to find it here, there is when it talks about their support services, it seems like the library, the percent of their budget, which is for support services, is really high compared to most other departments. I'm just curious why that is. Why do they have so much greater share of support services as a percentage of their budget than some of our others? Do they need extra support?
So we have John and team here, but I think most of it is because of the management of facilities. You all have your internal facility management versus other departments may use the corporate facilities management function, and so that's why you see a larger portion there.
Got it. It's facilities driven. Okay. Well, I see heads nod. That's good enough. I do want to ask, though, in terms of some of the security and camping challenges that y'all have at your facilities, what can we do to help address those situations? We see it driving in, of course, downtown library, but I know a lot of our libraries struggle with that. We don't have enough. Well, this will be my final question.
Ding, ding, ding,
I got dinged.
That's just a benefit that I didn't know it had.
There you go. Well, luckily I got my question in before it dinged, so they can answer.
Let them answer your question, and then I'll happily reset this. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's great.
I didn't know it did that. If you can remember the question now.
That's right.
Hello, I'm Deneen Brown, Assistant Director for Library Support Services. Director Terrell could not be here today. So what we're doing is we're taking a more collaborative approach with other city departments. As an example, we met this week with Management Services, APD, Austin Parks and Recreation, the Law Department, and so we're working together to address the issues.
Is there a funding, have y'all identified that if, we had our, as far as your own security force to something else, is there something that you either think you don't have to address that issue, or is it just we need to collaborate better with other departments?
Hi, Cody Scott, Facility Process Manager for Austin Public Libraries. So right now we utilize a security team within this public library with library security specialists, leads, and supervisors, along with the security manager. We also utilize the services of Travis County to support some of our priority branches, and we're working right now with APD to assess how we can utilize additional officers from APD.
Thank you. Councilmember Kadri.
Great. I will do my best not to get dinged, but I might get dinged. Before I get into my set of questions, I want to thank you all again for a terrific presentation. And I would be remiss if I didn't say this, and I don't want to forget to say this, but yesterday was a really exciting day because I became the youngest city council member again because Councilmember Alter had a birthday. So I just want to wish him a happy belated. I have a few questions.
That's why I got the gift of the bong.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't a bong. We shouldn't say bong. Sorry.
I have a few just quick questions on the first half of the presentation. As it relates to parks, so the Parks Department, on slide 9, is the golf fund composed of revenue accrued from fees paid to access the city golf courses? And then I have a second part of that question. What is the percentage breakdown roughly of revenue generated per city-owned golf course?
Thank you, Councilmember. The Golf Enterprise Fund is the revenues generated through the operations of the golf course, including the fees, et cetera, especially the green fees, et cetera. I don't have the breakdown of how much per golf course. We have that. I can get that to you.
Okay, great.
Follow up.
Great, thank you. My next question is public health related. So on slide 12, could there be a breakdown provided of the settlement funds received per year, and how much is roughly allocated to the communications campaign, contracts for peer support, education, and harm reduction services?
Good afternoon. I'm going to ask Deputy Director Cassandra DeLeon to provide you with that level of detail about the use of the settlement dollars.
Great, thank you.
Cassandra DeLeon, Austin Public Health. So our total allocations over 4 allocations have totaled about $3.6 million. Current investments include $850,000 for contracts for peer support, education, and harm reduction services. And these include contracts for Communities for Recovery, which is $250,000, and a contract with Texas Harm Reduction Alliance for $600,000. We also have a $125,000 contract with the University of Texas Pharmacy Addiction Research and Medicine Program. And this is for in-person and online continuing medical education and academic detailing on evidence-based practices and effective treatment planning for opioid use disorder. Investments also continue to expand the Breathe Now naloxone training and naloxone distribution through partnership with Austin Travis County EMS. And that's where we purchase naloxone and then also provide training. And then opioid funds also support in Austin We Keep Each Other Safe communications campaign focused on harm reduction strategies and critical public health infrastructure, which includes 1 FTE, overdose prevention coordinator position. And so outside of the contracts, which is the bulk of the funds that are distributed, and we use the other dollars to fund the one-time person, the individual FTE, and then the naloxone purchases.
Great, thank you. Next question is Austin Public Library. On slide 15, I'll just wait. So on slide 15, what are the permissible use of expenditures from the library facilities maintenance and improvements fund, and would it allow for software and non-building facility improvements?
The allowable uses are expenditures incurred to maintain the central library and all the other public-facing, actually all other assets in the fleet.
Got it. And could it be used for software and non-building facility improvements?
I believe so.
It sounds like yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Great. That's my only question for y'all. And then my last question is for Austin Resource Recovery. And that question is that there's on slide 17. Could you expand on the increases of $1.4 million for collection service operations and dumpster collection contracts?
Good afternoon, Richard McHale, Director of Austin Resource Recovery. Yeah, we had a considerable increase in our CBD contract, and that was for collection of the dumpsters in the alleys downtown. I think that was about a $900,000 increase to that contract.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could get Director McHale, I've got a couple of questions for ARR. And I want to say out of the gate, I appreciate the work you guys are doing. I appreciate the enterprise fund and that you have a different set of considerations than a general fund department does. But I am curious about a couple of things. One is, help me understand the $4.4 million market study, compensation, retirement expenditure that's coming up. That does seem like a lot. Help me understand to the extent that what it's doing to support ARR strategy.
So that was part of the citywide market study that was recently completed, I believe, here soon. So that'll just be money to allocate to those staff that do get an increase from the.
That's your piece
from the results of that study. Yes.
Got it. Okay. And then the other question I've got is, I know you and I, or you and we and staff have talked about that brush pickup collections are down fairly significantly since we changed our policy. And at the same time, and I appreciate that you've got what sound like very innovative programs, mattresses and underpasses and so on coming up. But what is the thinking for how we can address the brush pickup collection challenge, even knowing that we're significantly increasing the budget this year for ARR? Could you share more about your strategy for how to approach that?
Yeah, I think at this point our strategy is really just getting more public education out there. Once we started the on-demand program, we knew there would be a slow rollout, and I think now we're just starting to see the benefits. So since January, we've seen an actual increase month over month compared to the same time period in the last fiscal year. So I think we're on the right track. We are definitely going to be doing some more advertising, especially in relation to wildfire prevention and getting that material out. So those are additional things that you're going to be seeing here coming up shortly, as well as trying to really push our app to customers that the department maintains, because that also gives reminders to folks to go ahead and put material out, whether that be brush or bulk or household hazardous waste. So again, it's more education. We're seeing this also in the bulky collection where we're starting to see more appointments happen. So we knew this would be a bit of a ramp up period, and now we're just starting to see those results. So we'll take another evaluation of it after this probably another 6 months or so, and just kind of see where our numbers are trending. Tonnage-wise, we're down a little bit, but last year we did have that microburst, which generated a lot of material. So tonnage-wise, we probably won't exceed last year, but I think as the number of appointments, we will.
Okay. Well, that's something that we can follow up on, and I look forward to the updates you can share at QEP or wherever else would be appropriate for that, if it indeed is picking up. I would imagine then that the strategy you described, education, et cetera, that's factored into the 26-27 ARR budget. Is that correct?
It is. In fact, what we did this time to kind of be a little bit more holistic and process is kind of consolidate all the different marketing budgets from all the different groups into a central budget in our PIO group. So they have a bigger budget to deal with, so they can better utilize that money instead of each individual work group trying to determine the best way to spend the money.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think we've got a couple of ideas also about brush pickup that I look forward to sharing with you from sort of getting collective feedback from constituents.
Sure.
So I think let's make that happen. But I appreciate your answers here. The only other folks I need to talk to right now, or I'd appreciate talking to, are Animal Services. Is somebody from Animal Services here that we can connect with?
Hello. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
As I said that, I was like, it's actually late afternoon.
Well, the question I've got for you is, help me understand. There's appear to be, from looking at the budget, from looking at the presentation, pretty wide fluctuations in spay and neuter and sterilizations, especially from the outside contractors. And I'm curious if there's a narrative that you all have. I mean, I've watched the department budget increase about 6% for now 2 straight years, or 1 year, and a proposed 5.4% increase this year. And yet those numbers are sort of all over the map. So help me understand what's going on there, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So in 2025, the number of spay neuters that we performed was really pretty impressive, with the 12,500. That being said, we overspent our budget, specifically in that category. So that's when we were looking at this year's budget. We wanted to make sure we aligned with what we actually had to spend. We still had the same amount of dollars to spend, but we wanted to make sure we weren't overspending, so we reduced that number. That being said, as of May of this year, we've already done 7,600 community spay neuters. We're anticipating to do quite a few more and be closer to that 11,000 number, and then we increase that going into 2027, assuming that we would be able to continue and improve services and efficiencies.
And when we're talking about those numbers, are we talking about the external? It sounds like there's 2 categories here. One is the external providers, and one is the ones done by the animal center.
Correct.
Can you help break down what that division is, or what the 2 different two different stories are with those two different categories.
Yes, so those numbers that I was just talking about were our external community-owned animals. So that would be both community-owned dogs and cats or community cats that live outdoors that people bring in for trap, neuter, release services. So those were those numbers. For internal numbers, our goal was 6,500 for this year. We've completed about 4,000 of those surgeries. So we're anticipating to come in line on track for this coming year.
Why is it lower for fiscal year 27? The target there is now like 5,800. Why is it sort of projected to go down the subsequent year?
Just one second. Would you be able to show that slide for those?
It's
same
slide
numbers?
6.
Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. 65 to 5,700. So the 2027 target number was based on our prior year actuals. We weren't sure that the 2026 number, if we were going to make that, so we wanted to bring that more in line with what we anticipated. That being said, right, the spay-neuter surgeries we're doing in-house are going to be based on the number of animals we're bringing in. So as we increase the number of animals, I would anticipate that number of surgeries needs to increase in order for those animals to leave the shelter.
Okay, well, I appreciate the answers here. I think there might be some follow-up we need to do with your team to figure out exactly how this works, mostly to make sure that this is a shared priority and that we're making sure it's resourced properly as we think through the budget and we think through, the department budget increase year to year. That's all I've got for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before you move forward, I have some answers for Councilmember Kadri.
That'd be great.
In regards to the library fund, those are general revenues, and so they can be used for software and other things as well. Those dollars are considered general revenues. And then when you look at the golf revenue, there's a total of $14.7 million in revenue. The golf admin has memberships that allows people to play at any course. That's $1.9 million. Lions, $2.8 million. Morris Williams, $2.7. Clay Kaiser, $5.6. Hancock, $700,000. Butler, $250,000. And Gray Rock, $700,000.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Members, that's all the people that have indicated they want to speak on the first.
No, I think you're. Sorry. I just hit the button.
Oh, okay. Well, we got to put a timer on this now, right? The Mayor Pro Tem wants to talk.
Hey, can I just have a couple of follow-up questions on the animal, with animal services? So, and Director, and this was a few years back. I want to say 3 years ago. We had an amendment. I had an amendment for $850,000 for the spay and neuter, to increase the spay and neuter budget. That was, I just want to clarify, I'm pretty certain that it was ongoing, but okay, great.
Correct.
Okay, and then with regard to the numbers, again, just kind of reiterating some of Councilmember Duchin's, we do expect to be at that similar level, I guess, from the other two prior years once we get to the end of the fiscal year in terms of spay and neuters?
Yes, correct. For our community spay neuter, we're on track to be around that 11,000 mark, right? We still have to get the invoicing and then actually come to August and September. But we're expecting those to be closer to that 11,000, right? Sometimes what we'll see year over year, we'll see less spay neuters happen due to cost increases for performing those surgeries. As far as at the shelter, like I said, we have about 4,000 of those surgeries completed in-house, and we're hoping to be very close to that target goal of 6,500. Typically, the things that impact those surgeries are going to be staffing levels, if there's vacancies. Otherwise, the number of animals coming in or out of the shelters would impact that too.
Great. And remind me if the that was a 2025. Was that a 2025 budget amendment?
Good afternoon, Melissa Poole, Chief Administrative Officer. Excuse me. We received it in 2024, and we have kept it dedicated to community spay and neuter. That those funds have been used to perform, as Monica mentioned, the spay and neuter out in the community through several contracts that the city has with Greater Good, with Emancipet, and with Austin Humane Society.
Okay, great. And so then that additional money would be reflected in the 25 and 26 numbers, huh?
Correct.
And which again, 13,000 in 25, hopefully around 11,000 by the time we get to that fiscal year, and then the target would be another 11,000 for the fiscal year of 2027, huh?
Correct.
All right. Well, I just wanted to ask those questions again, given the capacity issues that we have at the shelter. I just think, which is the reason I brought the amendment way back when, we've got the spay and neuter we're not going to house our way out of a capacity at the shelter, the capacity problems at the shelter. Ultimately, the long-term solution has to be that spay and neuter, in particular the community cats program. I think that's a really a solid program as well. But all right, and thank you very much. My next question is for Parks. For Director, there he is. Director Aguirre, and again, this was also before you were the Parks Director. I had an amendment with regard to shade, and I'm trying to remember now. It was, I want to say it was in the 23 budget, and it was, if I'm remembering correctly, about $2 million towards shade structures, toward building shade structures at the parks, and y'all have done some great mapping and planning work around where those are needed, where trees provide natural shade, where they don't, and what we need to do. I was just wondering what the status of that capital drawdown is, kind of where we are with that shade construction program right now.
Yes, Councilmember, thanks for the question. You're correct. That was the amount, and then we received some additional funding from the Austin Parks Foundation.
Did they match it $1 million, or did they match it $2 million for dollar? Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was dollar for dollar.
Great.
Yeah. And as you said, that's an important initiative, just given the need for shade, given the increased temperatures. We do have an update. It'll take me a minute to find it, and I can give you that, but we can provide you the update.
Please, that would be great. And again, I think we've all seen the shades pop up in different locations, and I think that y'all have done a great job. I really just want to see kind of where we are, and if we need to kind of re-up on some capital money to continue the shade build out.
Okay, I found it.
One of them, just for example, Kennemer Pool on Peyton Gin, right there next to Navarro High School, has it's a nice little pool, but not a lot of shade. I mean, zero shade. And they dropped a few structures on there, and it is just a lot better of a facility, much more usable for folks in that North Lamar area. So.
Yes, Councilmember. So I'm sorry. I'm going to need to get you an update. I have an update as of October of 2025, which had us spending already $760,000 of that.
Okay.
But the rest of that was already planned for in various parks across the system, and several commitments. So I'll get you a specific breakdown.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Members, that's all the people that have signed up to speak on this first tranche for this work session. I'm going to go back now to Councilmember Alter, and if you want to speak on homelessness and housing, please punch your button. But for now, we'll go back to community health and sustainability. And Councilmember Alter, I'll recognize you.
Just one final question for Director McHale, if he has a quick moment. I saw that our FY27 target for material diverted from landfills is going up from 36 to 40%, which I think is great. I just want to understand if there is anything in the budget that is going to help move the needle, or how you think we're going to get there.
Yeah, great question, Councilmember. A lot of this, the diversion is really somewhat out of our hands. Obviously, we have the education component that we can do to kind of make people more aware of what we're doing. But as material composition changes, newspapers get smaller for those that even get a newspaper anymore. More materials switch from glass to plastic. We're seeing a general reduction in weight overall, which isn't a bad thing, but it does impact our diversion numbers. So I think at this point, what we're really doing is focusing on looking at some of the studies that we have upcoming for kind of a per capita generation, to understand how much people are generating, and a capture rate study to make sure they're putting it in the right containers, and then focus our education on those studies to try to get people to put the right things in the right containers. I had looked at it at one point. At this point, there's really no market for 90% of the materials that are in the cart right now. So I think today, if everyone did the right thing and put everything in the right container, we'd be about 65%. So it's still not kind of that 90. Part of that 90% was somewhat aspirational for things that we want to reuse and repair. We don't really have a good mechanism to measure those things at this point. But I think education right now and focusing on getting people to put the right things in the right containers, because that does a couple things as well. It can increase our diversion rate, but it also helps us financially, right? We get the money from the aluminum cans and the cardboard that people put in the right containers, and there's, we're not getting a lot of contamination in there, which costs us money as well. So kind of looking at all aspects of it, but a lot of it is honestly out of our control.
Okay. And speaking of education and cardboard, remind us where the pizza box goes.
Pizza box, highest and best use would be into recycling, but if it has a lot of grease and other materials on it, you can certainly put that in your green compost container too to make compost out of it.
Very good.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, we'll go to the next tranche on this topic, and I'll recognize Councilmember Lane, Councilmember Velasquez, and then Councilmember Siegel.
I have a couple questions about housing. I was hoping that you could explain the rationale for budgeting the local housing voucher program directly in the general fund rather than the housing trust fund.
So as we were building the budget, one of the things we wanted to make sure is that we were able to do ongoing funding for the local housing voucher, and with the some of the history of the housing trust fund is that we would transfer general fund dollars to the housing trust fund. And so instead of doing that full transfer, we just looked at would we or should we continue to fund it in the general fund to support those dollars.
Okay, thank you. The budget also removes $350,000 from the housing trust fund for the compliance and monitoring study, but there was a fiscal year 27 milestone to develop a comprehensive compliance and monitoring program for the AHFC portfolio. How will that initiative be funded, and what ongoing resources are budgeted for compliance and monitoring?
Good afternoon, Deletta Dean, Director of Austin Housing. And that $350,000 is being used two ways. Half a portion of that is being used to launch a tenant program where it's a secret shopper program, where we've partnered with Basta and Vocal Texas, to create a scope. And we expect to launch that program somewhere around October. The other portion of that will be used for monitoring of the Miller properties. We are in partnership with AFS to take over a contract to add that to our compliance and monitoring function.
Okay, thank you for sharing that information. I'm good.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Velasquez, followed by Councilmember Siegel.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are for AHSO. Welcome, Director Gray, and also LT told me not to mess with you because he's getting your back today. So I know Lee's out there, so he told me to take it easy on you.
Thank you.
A couple of months back, council members Alter, Siegel, Kadri, and I requested some information on how the HEM changes impacted the budget, and I wanted to follow up on some of that here and better understand how our city resources are being used while upholding the dignity of our unhoused neighbors. Can you confirm that this has no fiscal impact on the overall FY 26-27 budget?
Councilmember David Gray, Director, Austin Homeless Strategies and Operations. Yes, sir.
Does it have a fiscal impact on any one department due to reallocation of resources?
Yes, sir. So there are costs that different departments bear as part of the homeless encampment management work, but those costs are already part of our respective budgets.
Does AHSO have an update on how much the HEM enforcement changes cost from May 11th to June 5th?
Yes, sir. So for the reporting period between May 11th and June 5th, the estimated cost for the Homeless Encampment Management Initiative across the city departments that participated was $707,301.22. That averages out to just north of $1,500 per site visit and just north of $5,500 per unique site that we visited. 62% of those costs are attributed to staff salaries. The remaining costs are attributed to equipment, contractors, and disposal fees.
Thank you. What is a total amount of reductions for the homeless response programs, outreach, and permanent supportive housing for our youth?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you ask the question again?
What is the total amount of reductions for homeless response programs, outreach, and permanent supportive housing for our youth in this budget that we have?
I don't believe we have any reductions in the proposed budget that would impact those things. I'll have my team confirm those details.
And would that be the same for our seniors also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Siegel, Councilmember Alter, and Councilmember Kadri.
Thank you. And Director Gray, if you wouldn't mind hanging out for another minute, that'd be great. Thank you, sir. I wanted to ask about the staff presentation, so I'll direct this to either Director Lang or Director Gray. And this is under Austin Homeless Strategies and Operations, General Fund, Performance Highlights. Can you walk me through why the targets for the coming years are lower than the actual performance in fiscal year 25?
Yes, Councilmember. So the first target for FY26 was to have 90% of our shelter beds utilized. We actually exceeded that with 96%. I will say that number will fluctuate depending on the different initiatives that we have going on. Sometimes we'll hold a certain number of shelter beds if we know that we're about to engage a lot of people at a campsite. When it comes to people exiting our shelters, our target is for 30% to exit successfully. In FY25, we had 31% exit successfully. A driving factor for that tends to be the availability of permanent housing in the community.
which is part of the reason why our ongoing investments in permanent supportive housing are very important. The last metric looks at the percent of households exiting rapid rehousing to permanent housing with a target of 70%. And in FY25, it was 83%. Our estimate this year right now is 70%. Rapid rehousing is an important initiative of ours. It's a short-term financial assistance and case management support for people who just need some additional help, but not extensive help like permanent supportive housing. And so we give a lot of credit to the vendors who we work with on ensuring that the households enrolled in those programs are prepared for successful exit when those programs complete.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And then go ahead, please.
Chief Financial Officer. I just wanted to add to that because we've had a couple questions now about targets versus actuals. And so I'd just say as we go through the budgetary process, we're not typically asking our departments to revisit their targets every single year. So, for example, one of the common targets that everybody's familiar with is emergency response times. 90% of calls responded to in 8 minutes or less, or 10 minutes or less, depending upon the department. So that's the service standard we're shooting for. And if a department hits 92% one year, we're not going to take the 90% and make the 92 our new goal. And then the subsequent year we land at 91. And so now we're behind our goal. And so we lower it to 91. We generally look at those, not that they never change, but we look at those targets as the service expectations and our standards for our departments. And if they're somewhat exceeding it in one year, that's good news. We want to be able to exceed our standards, but we also want the standards to be something that are a challenge, that we're always trying to push continuous improvement.
Got it. Thank you, sir. I guess Councilmember Velasquez kind of asked about the cost of the HEM program. I wanted to ask if y'all could provide council with a report that breaks out the cost of these enforcement actions across departments. And I'm looking for staffing costs, materials, and what positions are being pulled from regular duties, if y'all could provide that.
Yep. Councilman, we will prepare that information and make sure we send it accordingly.
Thanks, sir. This next question I'll direct to Director Lang, but it might be a question for our police department. Can we estimate how much time district reps are spending on this project per week?
We can ask that question, and we'll bring it up when the police department is here next Wednesday, and I'll look for. Oh, we have someone here.
Thank you.
We didn't plan that. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Watson, Pro Tem, and Council members. The homeless operations of this magnitude takes a great deal of time. I'm estimating of the 17 district representatives we have that are assigned to that task, 10 of them are on permanent assignment, which takes about, I would guess, about 70% of our normal operations work. It is important that we have those specific officers designated to those tasks because they are trained in harm reduction and in the complexities of managing and vulnerable populations and supportive wraparound services and supportive housing. So,
thanks, sir. And I'll follow up. But if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself for the record, please.
For the record, Commander Lee Davis.
Thank you, Commander Davis. And Commander, I've been made aware that the district reps have an out-of-office notification. When we try to contact them, it says, I will be out of office assisting Homeless Strategy Office on a special assignment. I will monitor and respond to emails as time permits. And, unfortunately for us, District 7, I'm sure the other offices, this is very different from the responsiveness our constituents have enjoyed prior to the May changes. And are there any other positions that have been pulled away from their regular duties to this same degree?
With respect, it's just the district representatives are those that are assigned to this. The practice is that when they're available, they come back and resume those duties. And in some cases, we've provided overtime to ensure that that there's a responsiveness.
Thank you, Commander. No further questions for the police department. Appreciate you. I guess Director Gray wanted to return to you. A few more questions on this. Time check. I think I'm okay here. For the encampments that have been cleared so far, about how many people would you estimate are at each encampment on average?
Councilman David Gray, the numbers will vary significantly. There are some sites where we'll have a handful of people, and then there's a site where we could have upwards of 50 people. We're happy to get you that information, but I just want to be clear that the numbers per site can vary widely.
I mean, earlier we had a public testimony that showed a video. I'm not sure if you got a chance to see that, where it seemed like 8 huge trucks coming. So that's not the typical encampment. Is that fair to say?
Correct, sir. That specific video was at an encampment that took several days to clear. There's another site in that same part of town that we started clearing in May, and we're still clearing because there were about 45 unique large campsites in a heavily wooded area. So I think the video that you saw was somewhat of an extreme example of what it takes for us to go in and do our work.
Thank you. I guess a council received a memo earlier this month that stated something like 79 individuals were offered shelter, and about half of those folks accepted the offers. Is that still pretty much our best information?
That's still the best information. Yes, sir. The information from the memo that we distributed in June.
And would you agree that number is pretty low given 127 unique sites were visited? And are we not offering shelter to everybody who's being asked to leave?
We are offering shelter and services to everybody who we come in contact with. As reported in that memo, we had a 50% acceptance rate for shelter or services, which we actually think is pretty good, given that oftentimes it takes us multiple attempts with folks to get them to a point where they're comfortable accepting an offer for help.
So does that mean that basically at a lot of these encampments, most of the people who might have been staying there aren't present when we arrive?
Not necessarily. That could be the case, but our outreach team is pretty good at engaging with people, giving folks phone numbers, making sure that folks know how to contact us, whether they're there when we show up or not.
Thank you. And then of the 127 site visits, how many sites have been actually cleared out?
We can follow up and get you that information. I mean, all 127 of those sites are sites that we have cleared, if that's your question. Now, there's some information in the memo that speaks to how many have been able to remain clear. And of the ones that haven't been able to remain clear, we're continuing to visit those sites.
Okay, and then if you could share how you're tracking services and connections, during these sweeps, are we differentiating the number of people connected to shelter versus maybe people who are connected prior to a sweep versus after? How do you do the tracking?
Yes, sir. So our street and community outreach team, as well as our public space management teams, they both track the number of engagements, the services offered, and the services accepted for each client. When clients are enrolled in shelter, they're then also provided with an HMIS number, and that's the number that we use to track how those clients navigate the homeless response system. So we'll know if a client successfully exits shelter and gets housed. If that housed client returns to homelessness down the road, we'll be able to track them using their HMIS number.
Thanks, sir. And last question, Mr. Mayor. Director, I just want to see if you had got a chance to review the Texas Harm Reduction Alliance survey that was conducted in May. They produced a report about it that shared that 113 respondents to their survey had been impacted by the sweeps. 70% reported receiving no notice prior to the sweep. 75% reported not being offered any services during the sweep, and 64% reported losing critical belongings during the sweeps. What should council make of that report?
Sure. Yes, sir. So not only did we receive the survey, but my deputy director, Chris Anderson, and I also visited Texas Harm Reduction Alliance and had a town hall style meeting with their clients to learn about their experience through the homeless encampment management effort, and then for us to take that information back and make some tweaks to our street and community outreach work and our encampment management work. So I appreciate Texas Harm Reduction Alliance for collecting the information and for sharing it with us in good faith. And I would say for any organization out there that has similar information, we welcome it in good faith, and we will act on it in good faith to make sure that we're minimizing harm as we go about doing the work that we are legally required to do.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Alter, Councilmember Qadri, Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you very much. I guess I'll just stick with David since you're already in the hot seat. Can you tell me how many individuals we served in FY26, so the current fiscal year, for prevention, and how many we anticipate serving with the $4 million allocation in FY27?
Yes, Council Member. So currently we fund a homeless prevention contract where Elbwin is the primary contractor with our department. LifeWorks and Sunrise participate on that contract. That contract's, we took some time to get it started up and get the program launched. So between February through the end of June, 99 unique individuals were served through that agreement. At that pace, we would actually exceed our performance goal of 200 households over a 12-month period. And so we're really happy, with how that program is going. The $4 million, I think you're referring to, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's $4 million from the Housing Trust Fund. And those $4 million are earmarked for PSH wraparound services. But if there's an additional $4 million that I'm not tracking, I'd be happy to look into that.
Let me just confirm on my page here. I have it as, it's just under homeless diversion services, $4 million proposed in FY27, page 328.
So that $4 million is for permanent supportive housing. That program is the only program budgeted, but those dollars are for HSO.
Got it.
It's a programming budget versus where the dollars are allocated.
Got it. So will we, you talked about the contract that we have. You started it in February. It's 12 months. It'll go into fiscal year 27. Do we have dollars behind that to continue it past the 12 months?
Yes, Councilman, we do have funding in the budget to continue that contract in FY27.
Okay. I want to understand there are some one-time funding allocations for PSH services, and then there seems to be some ongoing funding sources. And these are services we know are going to have to, they are an ongoing need, right? We may be funding it with a one-time source, but it's an ongoing need. Do we have ongoing dollars identified for these services in fiscal year 28 and moving on, or are we plugging the hole this year with a one-time appropriation, but next year we're going to face the same question of whether or not we can maintain these services?
Yes. At the moment, we have budgeted with one-time dollars, continuing to look for ongoing support where we can find it. But as we were budgeting fiscal year 27 and the planned year, we hadn't identified any ongoing at the moment. And so we did include $1 million of additional funding in fiscal year 28 to make the total ongoing $3 million. But we haven't identified a full $6 million funding.
Okay.
Councilman, if I could also piggyback off of Director Lang, we know that it's a priority for our council, for our department to leverage our funds. And so to that effect, we are in conversations with our colleagues over at Travis County, with ECHO, which is our continuum of care lead agency, and with private donors to also look at ways that other entities beyond the city of Austin can pick up some of these costs, the ongoing wraparound service costs for permanent supportive housing.
Okay. And there's a $4 million allocation in to supportive housing services. I think a separate $2 million allocation in or continuation, adding up to 6. But then on page 331 on the major changes and reductions, we have a reduction of almost 8 and another reduction of 2. So are we net losing $800,000 for services?
So $4 million of those dollars are in the Pay for Success program, which is paying for PSH wraparound services. What we've done, actually for the first time this fiscal year, one thing that we've done is partnered with Travis County to do a joint solicitation for PSH wraparound services. And ECHO has also contributed some philanthropic money that they've had to the Pay for Success program. That solicitation is currently ongoing, so I can't comment much on it because it's an active solicitation. But what I can say is that those dollars will be encumbered this fiscal year with those programs looking to run next year. So we're not losing the dollars for next year. It just appears in the budget that way because the Pay for Success is a one-time fund. But again, those dollars will be encumbered this year, leveraging resources from Travis County and ECHO, and those contracts will run in FY27.
Okay, so globally speaking, as we look at support services for PSH, comparing fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27, are we supporting the same number of people, more people, less people?
It's a bit of a nuanced answer, and the reason why is because at the same time that we're having our budget conversation about PSH, we're also wrestling with changes in federal funding for PSH wraparound services and what our community might receive through the Continuum of Care Notice of Funding Opportunity. You know, our commitment, our longstanding commitment has been to ensure that folks who are in our communities continue to receive the help that they need so nobody returns to homelessness. And our team is continuing to do that analysis to figure out what's the right balance of funding across the properties to ensure that people can stay stably housed. And then if we do have resources to support wraparound services at some of the new properties coming online, we might look into doing that. So right now, our top priority is ensuring that folks who are in the housing communities today can remain in those housing communities. And it's going to be a little bit longer before our continuum knows what the outcome of the federal NOFA will be for us to be able to answer the question that you're asking.
Do we have any supportive housing units coming online in fiscal year 27 that we do not have supportive service dollars?
Yes, sir. There are communities that are coming online this year, and supportive services for all the units have not been identified.
Do you know how many units that is? Or can you follow up with us on that?
I have the information. It's just not packaged that exact way, but we will follow up with you to get you that information.
Please do. And the cost associated with that, if you
Yes,
could.
sir.
I want to ask you about enhancement number 5, which is for, sorry, I'll pull up here. It's to maintain certain programs funded by one-time sources with ongoing, and the way, sorry, give me just a second.
You can have 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
All right, perfect. I think I can scroll there fast enough. Here we go. Homeless strategies, enhancement. Number 5. All right. Ongoing funds to continue City Council initiatives previously supported with one-time general fund resources. It's a $7 million ask starting in fiscal year 28. What is this the same discussion that we just had, that we have some one-time allocations, whether that's supportive services or something else, that we have a question mark in 28, and this is $7 million would basically be the ongoing needed to replace one-time with ongoing?
Yes, council member. So there were some items that were passed in previous budgets where council said, hey, we want to fund homeless prevention, for example, and we'll do a one-time allocation of X amount of dollars for that. And so we've launched that program in alignment with that council direction. Because it's one-time funding, those programs, once they wrap up that funding, those programs will end unless additional funding is identified. And so that's essentially what that is. And we can provide a list of those programs if you would like that.
That would be very helpful. That's all my questions for HSO. I do have a number of questions for housing, so I think it just makes sense to, I only got 50 seconds left. Might as well move to the next person. And
Okay. Councilmember Qadri, then Councilmember Duchin, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. I'll stick with HSO. So David, so appreciate you. So I have a few questions to kind of kick it off. Going on Councilmember Alter's previous question about one-time funding, how much of that one-time funding consists of ARPA funds that are being sent before the federal obligation deadline at the end of the calendar year? And could you provide a breakdown of the programs and funding amounts supported by those ARPA dollars?
Councilman, we'll have to get back to you and get you that information.
Great. Okay. And then my next question is, does a portion of HSO's budget support APD's No Wrong Door initiative?
Some of our social service contracts do support No Wrong Door indirectly. For example, the Homeless Outreach Street Team will sometimes engage with folks who are on the No Wrong Door list. The City Act agreement that we have with Integral Care will also serve No Wrong Door clients. However, it's not exclusively stated in the program work statements that those programs are exclusively for No Wrong Door.
Great, thank you. And then my next few questions are around Austin Housing, and they're for Director Dean, if she's still here. She is. There you go. Great. Thank you. So my first question, I know I asked last week a similar question, but and I think we've gotten clarity from today's presentation, but my understanding from the total amount we have allocated toward displacement is as follows: $2.25 million from the Hope Fund for rental assistance, $460,000 from the Housing Trust Fund, and $1 million for eviction prevention. Are those numbers correct?
That is correct. The $1 million is coming from the department's capital budget.
Great. Sorry, I'm taking notes as I ask these questions. My second question is, we have $1.46 million available for programs and needs for displacement prevention outside of rental assistance. And historically, we've had more investment than in various displacement-related programs in the Housing Trust Fund. What programs do you anticipate covering with the $1.46 million?
The $1.46 million we're looking at, and that is for the FY2526 budget year. So we're in the process of issuing a solicitation for negotiated settlements and legal representation. So we were looking at utilizing those resources kind of at that downstream. We have since paused the solicitation because we are working with AGR as a part of they're looking at the social service contracts and consolidating efforts and services. So we are a part of that discussion, and contingent upon the outcome of that, we will move forward with that $1.4 million solicitation.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is there going to be any change to who's eligible for emergency rental assistance with funding now coming from the Hope Fund instead of the Housing Trust Fund?
Sure, and I believe Nefertiti, our displacement prevention officer, I will have her join me and talk about how we would utilize those resources.
Hello, Council. Nefertiti Jackman. We anticipate that we will use a very similar model to what we are doing today, which is to close the application portal and focus primarily on those at the highest risk of eviction and prioritizing eligibility for households at 30% median family income and below, and then also having it more as a referral system from our legal partners, working with clients most vulnerable to being evicted.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Duchin, followed by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of questions for Ms. Lang and for housing. And I want to start, I think, with Ms. Lang. I'm curious if you can help me better understand. We just dealt with, in the last round, public health. Now we're dealing with HSO. We're going to deal with social service contracts. The next round, my understanding is that dollars have been sort of moved or transferred from social services into operating accounts in public health and HSO. Is that correct? Or can you speak more to that?
Yes, that is correct. As we were analyzing the social service grant dollars and the use of those dollars, we recognized that several of our city-owned shelters, that's our emergency shelters, bridge shelter, and domestic violence shelter, was included in the social service funding. And those are more operational contracts in that regardless of who's providing that service or operating them, as a city-owned facility, we'd be responsible for those operations. And so we move those dollars from the social service contract or social service grants budget into the operating budgets of the Homeless Strategy and Operations Office and the Public Health Department.
And what was the division between public health and HSO when you make that determination?
Public Health received $2 million for the domestic violence shelter, And HSO received $17.4 million for the remaining emergency shelters. So that's North Bridge, South Bridge, Marshalling Yard. No, Marshalling Yard was already in operating. And Arch and 8th Street. Thank you.
And so to recap, the logic was basically these are ongoing expenses that makes more sense for these departments to carry instead of the social services contracts that they were originally.
These are city-owned, operated facilities compared to the social service grants that are not city-owned functions.
Okay, so that specifically became the distinguishing feature, the fact that they were city-owned facilities relative to other people doing the same program and services but not being city-owned.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I've got some questions for housing now. And housing was challenging for me to work through in the budget because it looks like even though the housing department budget is about $14.5 million, the total expenditures in that space are about 4 times that amount because you've got a bunch of different funds that are being expended that are in connection to housing. And so when we talk about a 20% increase in that budget, we're really talking about a fairly small amount of the overall housing budget. Is that a fair assessment of what's going on in that housing space?
Yes, that's correct. When we looked at that increase, or we spoke about it, it was the general fund portion only, not the full funding, which includes several funding sources for the housing department.
And that increase is mostly local housing vouchers. Is that correct?
Yes, there was additional dollars in the general fund, the $2.1 million for local housing vouchers, also 2 positions to support the Housing Finance Corporation's fiscal monitoring.
And so I just want to make sure I understand, given that there are all those other funds that are making expenditures in this space, was there a specific logic again here to why the Housing General Fund is expanding the local housing vouchers relative to the other funds?
So the general fund has historically transferred dollars to the Housing Trust Fund to support this function, and so instead of transferring to the Housing Trust Fund and then doing the programming, the goal was to make sure that there was ongoing funding for the local housing vouchers in particular, and so we just placed it as an ongoing line in the housing department.
Rather than having a transfer line.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for helping me understand that. I think the last questions I've got here are really just about some of the KPIs that I was trying to understand. I think on slide 26 of the presentation here, there's a KPI or highlight about the cumulative number of income eligible renter households assisted through direct rental assistance. That looks like, again, there are some actual and target variances here, but it's starting in fiscal year 27, the target is much, much lower than the actuals and estimates for 25 and 26. Can you help me understand what's happening there? And there's another space I'll get to in a moment that has a similar trend.
That number, the previous numbers combined all of the services, the eviction prevention, the stabilization. So the target for FY27 is to focus exclusively on rental assistance.
Whereas in fiscal year 25 and 26, they focused on
all of the services is captured in that number. All of the service out of the displacement prevention division.
Okay, all displacement prevention.
Yes.
And if I can add, additionally, there were tenant stabilization services that were funded through Project Connect that are also captured in there. So we really just want to focus on those that are funded formally through the Housing Trust Fund or the General Fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to focus specifically on departmental versus partners or other sources of anti-displacement, et cetera. Okay. So same thing then, is that's what happened. There's another data point there called number of units monitored where the same thing is happening. This is in the budget, not in the presentation, but it's going from 400 to 600, almost 700, and then in fiscal year 27, it's plummeting down to about 115. What does that mean?
And that number, again, is how the number was captured. I believe in previous reporting it was in a percentage, and it didn't capture the increase, if you will, in terms of the number of units we were producing. It reflected a much smaller number, if you will. So the FY27 target number is based on what's in our pipeline.
So,
and what will be coming online.
Units monitored means units that are in the pipeline? Because that's not really clear to me.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the.
No, I'm talking about a
one.
number that's in the KPIs in the budget document.
Sorry.
I think it's on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was referencing the wrong.
Okay.
So the number of units monitored. We have had a contract with a third party that was performing the monitoring. And that once we received the IFC in regards to the monitoring and compliance, we paused monitoring and compliance so that we could gather a stakeholder input and do a better job at how we performed that task. So starting from scratch, creating a new baseline, we have now a division, recently hired a division manager that will dedicate their time to compliance and monitoring so that we can increase it. We're managing expectation clearly here. However, I am ambitious and believe that we will more than double these numbers once we get up and going. The division manager, he hasn't been in that role for 90 days yet. We are refining the current contract that we have so that we can capture the things that we discovered while responding to the IFC, and then also from our stakeholder groups. So once we are in the process now of creating an implementation plan, and we look to roll all of this out October 1st. So we, again, are optimistic that we will more than reach these targets.
So let me make sure I've got this. In the first bullet point, we're funding new compliance folks. We've reset the whole compliance process. Those relatively low numbers compared to historicals in the budget document reflect that change, that in terms of units monitored, which sounds like units monitored for compliance, is going to be substantially lower than we did, but will grow in time as that team matures or as our pipeline changes.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks for clarifying all that for me. That's all I've got.
Well done. I'm sorry, I tried to I haven't figured out how to turn it off when somebody is that close. Mayor Pro Tem Vela, you have the floor.
Thank you, Merrill. First of all, I just wanted to say, Director Dean, while you're on stand, the approach that Nefertiti Jackman described with regard to the tenant assistance, I think that's an excellent approach. I think that's making the most of the dollars that we have and using them in the highest impact way. I know that we were trying to kind of spread the money out. Well, first of all, we had more money, and we were trying to kind of get to that lower, still housed in danger of eviction, but not. But I think using our legal partners and working with them to try and get people out of eviction, I just think that's absolutely the best, most efficient, most effective way that we can put that rental assistance to use. So I just wanted to mention that and say I completely support that change. And my next question actually is a planning question. Thank you. Hi there. I wanted to ask about the two planner positions to support citywide demographic data needs and land use commissions. What's the current kind of situation? First of all, I believe, I mean, to a certain extent, planning has always supported the land use commissions, but I think any responsibilities from the clerk have kind of shifted over to planning. Is that accurate?
Good afternoon, Andrea Bates, Interim Director, Frost and Planning. I think planning has provided the current level of support to both land use commissions for many years. Okay. Our staff provide the staff liaison and executive liaison support, and then behind the scenes coordinate as needed with the clerk's office.
Okay, got it. And with regard to the two positions, I guess you're saying that these were replacing temporary positions. In other words, was this divided in with other planning staffers' duties, and now it's being saying, hey, we need a position, two positions now dedicated. Would it be like one to one commission and one to the other commission?
There are actually two different positions for two different divisions in the department. Totally different roles, both of which are currently being filled by temporary staff members. So on the support to the Land Use Commission side, the department currently has one regular position supporting the two land use commissions. That has been the historic practice for many, many years, and we've realized recently that it is too much work and responsibility for one position. It presents significant business risk to the department. It is a very important and high priority role, and so we supplemented our single regular position with a temporary position. Now we are requesting and hoping that the temporary position can be replaced by a second regular position for commission support.
Okay, so we would have basically two staffers supporting both planning and zoning and planning. Do we have a sense of the breakdown in kind of time dedicated to planning commission and in other words, which one is there a balance in terms of which one is the more time commitment for your staff?
I would say on average, the Planning Commission is a larger time commitment simply because the Planning Commission has more items on their average agenda than the Zoning and Planning Commission. But both commissions meet twice a month. The liaison position has the same type of coordinating responsibilities for both commissions. And so the difference in workload would really be driven by the number of cases on the agenda for each. And the Planning Commission has more cases generally.
That's my sense of it. And my sense of it is also that the Planning Commission meetings generally are more work and more. They tend to go longer, tend to have more testimony, tend to have more debate, and so on. So is that a fair kind of characterization?
That is fair, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I just wanted, this is kind of goes back to another item that Councilmember Alter had with regard to the number of commissions and how we kind of staff and support them. I've mentioned before that I'm in favor of consolidating the two commissions, the Planning and ZAP. I think Planning Commission has definitely more of the workload. Again, I don't know exactly how that would be divided up, but in terms of kind of, I think the public efficiency for the public efficiency for staff, I think there are gains to be had from having just one land use commission in charge of overseeing the entire city. Again, years ago, decades ago, we decided to make that change because the planning was in charge of those zoning cases where we had a neighborhood plan. And ZAP was in charge of those cases where we didn't have a neighborhood plan. And it has stayed that way. It's just that the neighborhood planning process has kind of changed, and it's not the way that I think we thought we were setting it up way back when. And that deserves a rethink. So I just wanted to highlight that again, the more commissions we have, the more staffing requirements we're putting on our different departments that manage and deal with the different commissions. This one is, I think there's some efficiencies to be gained from consolidating the two commissions. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Members, those are all the people that have signed up the council that have indicated they want to speak on this tranche. I'm going to now go back to Councilmember Alter so that he can begin again his questions.
Sounds good. Sounds like the Mayor Pro Tem has a budget amendment coming. I have a couple questions for the Housing Department. I wanted to understand, we've talked a bit about rental assistance. Can you just touch on what's the average cost of the rental assistance program per person?
My computer died, so I will not give you an exact number, but it's roughly, it can average between $4,000 and $5,000.
Okay. And what kind of outcomes do we see out of that?
For households that receive rental assistance, and I will say, what I was going to say is if we had longer periods of time with sustained data and information with an ongoing program, I think the data or numbers that I share would be definitely much more reliable. But from the surveys that have been conducted by our vendor, Elwin Samaritano, households that receive rental assistance will remain stably housed more than 80% of the time for up to 6 months, right? So that's what we've seen.
Do we have any kind of control group, as it were, to understand? I know y'all are targeting households that you think are on the brink of eviction, but understand really how many people or the percent of people we're serving would have ended up homeless in one form or fashion, but because of this intervention, they're not? And I know it's almost impossible to prove, but I didn't know if y'all have any of that kind of those data anywhere.
No, but we are tracking. We have been able to track it. This is a fairly new program. We've started in, I say new, FY23, but the funding levels have varied, right? So we have started to track a certain number or target of households receiving assistance, and we're doing a 6-month surveys with those households. We are also doing workshops. We have done several workshops where the workshops are only open to those households who have received financial assistance through rent programs. And so we're seeking to better understand what interventions are successful to support households beyond the initial financial rent assistance that they receive.
And is this program separate from, we talk a lot about homelessness prevention. Is this our homelessness prevention, or do we have a separate?
No, there's definitely I will say there's a trajectory, right? And many of the households that we are serving, number one, the difference with the households that we serve, you have to be housed in order to receive the rent assistance. You also, for some of the relocation programs, you also have to have a job, right? Because we can't put someone in rent in a new housing if they don't have income. So those are some of the challenges that we have seen. And there is a distinction. We're starting to collaborate with some of the staff in HSO, but there are different populations. And what we will often find with the clients that we serve, many of them, not everybody, they might become homeless, if you will, but they're couch surfing, right? Or they might move out of the area. So they sometimes have resources, even though they are limited. So there are some similarities, but the goal is to take an upstream approach to addressing displacement pressures and keeping people in their homes with the financial assistance that's provided.
Okay. Director Dean, a similar question for you that I had for Director Gray as it relates to, in your case, the local housing vouchers. Do we have housing vouchers that are funded in FY27 with one-time dollars that we don't know down the road how we're going to pay for them, or are these all taken care of through ongoing identified dollars? And maybe this is a Carrie question. I'll let you two fight over it.
I'll take it. Similar to permanent supportive housing, there are some funds that we don't have as an ongoing, or some of the local housing voucher dollars that are not listed in an ongoing capacity. So we would be relying on what dollars we received through the Housing Trust Fund, through the DDB program, Downtown Density Bonus Program, for example, to see how much it could fund going forward.
Do you, of the 7.8, what is one time? Do you have?
Yes, I know in my brain. Hold on. There's 3.1 in the capital budget for the department, which is one time, and then the 2.6 that is in the Housing Trust Fund.
Is one time as well. Okay, so majority is one-time funding. Okay. My last question is on the significant changes for the Neighborhood Housing University Neighborhood Overlay Fund. There is a planned decrease in the contractual funding for rental housing development assistance of almost $5.3 million in Plan 28. Can you just talk about why such a significant decrease? And is that just our standard ROTA program, or is there something different there?
That program, the UNO, is a density bonus program, and it has a geographic limitation, so it can only be expended within that area.
Are we just generating less dollars, and that's why you're going to see less dollars?
I believe those are the dollars that are already in there. Oh, I'm Nicole Jocelyn. I'm the Housing and Community Development Officer for Austin Housing. I believe that those are dollars that are already there that we may be spending, but we're going to be deploying those through the ROTA program, so it'll depend on a project being eligible for those funds.
Correct. So that is assuming that all the funds in the fund are expended next before fiscal year 28.
Are we trying to wind the fund down, or is it just that's just how
no?
we do
It's just as they plan. They've been planning for complete spend, and then if there's savings, then they push it to the next fiscal year.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you, council member. All right, members, that completes homelessness and housing. We'll now go to social services contracts. So again, if you wish to be recognized, indicate that, and we will start the process. Councilmember Lane, followed by Councilmember Velasquez, and then Councilmember Ellis. Councilmember Lane, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have first a question about the overall social services contract reductions. When I'm looking at the presentation, slide 29 says that this year's proposed reductions add up to $8 million, but then on slide 32, we see total reductions adding up to $5.5 million. Can you walk me through where that remaining $2.5 million stands?
Yes. So if you'll remember, we've had conversation about the sobering center and moving that contract to one-time funding as we work to identify ongoing funding with some potential partners. We're hoping for that to be finalized before fiscal year 28.
Okay, thank you. I also, first of all, I'm happy to see the scoring rubric incorporating equity and geographic considerations when you're evaluating these social service contracts. Once staff determined the reductions, did you also analyze the geographic impacts of those reductions? And I want to ask that a couple different ways. First of all, while the percentage reductions might be proportional across contracts, are there certain geographic areas of the city that are going to experience a more significant loss in service?
Mayor and council members, Daniel Collada, Assistant Director in Budget and Organizational Excellence. We have not tracked the geographic impacts of the proposed reductions yet, as we're still finalizing the specific reductions within each one of those focus areas.
Not even, okay. I would be very interested to understand the geographic impact, and as I said, in a couple different ways. One is if there's a certain part of the city that is experiencing a really significant contraction in services, that's important to anticipate. And then, of course, it's also as far as the goals of reaching the entire geography of our city, if these contract cuts have either expanded or reduced our geographic reach in our city. I find those to be very important considerations also in terms of the impact. So I hope we can increase the amount of geographic analysis that we're doing. It should never be the only thing we're looking at, but it should be one of the things we're looking at. And with that, I have a lot of time left still. I'm going to use a couple more minutes. This budget cycle.
That's why you got it.
That's right. This budget cycle is so hard. I don't envy our staff who've had to figure out how to make this budget work as an initial presentation to us. I know that none of us here on the dais or in this room want to be making reductions in social services. I certainly believe, and I know that the people in this room do as well, helping people get on their feet and stay on their feet ultimately saves the city resources in the long term. And it's so important that we prioritize programs that keep focus on the people and their needs, and that we do so with measurable results so that we can truly be strong stewards of our financial resources and also of the community that's entrusted those resources with us. So I'm grateful for the open conversations we've had, the discussion of process, rubric, and impacts. And I thank you in advance for the additional information that will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Velasquez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank y'all for sharing the details about the rubric used to arrive at these decisions. Can y'all share how the feedback from meetings with providers helped inform the evaluation framework of the potential cuts?
Yes, we incorporated feedback from the providers that we had at two listening sessions that the city manager led, and that went into combination with recommendations from the Joint Inclusion Committee, as well as the recommendations from council.
Thank you. Can you share what alternative cuts within the general fund were considered as potential alternatives to cutting social service contracts?
So when we looked at creating the budget, every department went through a process where they identified up to 5% of reductions to help determine what some of the options would be across as we are balancing the budget. And so we take a keen eye at what departments presented. Over the last couple of years, I think I looked at some data, and 11 of the 13 general fund departments have received reductions over the last 2 years to help us balance. And that does not include our support services or internal services departments as well, who also have received reductions in order to help balance the general fund as a whole. So there are reductions that we're seeing across the general fund, and we've seen those over the last few years.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one quick question, and it starts with the slide 32 that Councilmember Lane was referencing. I noticed in the June 2nd memo that came out, it has some very similar line items to what is on this chart, but they're slightly different. Can you talk me through, are these numbers different because of the reallocations into the general fund?
Partially because of the reallocations into the general fund, and then I believe that original document looked at contract dollars and not budget. And so as we're transitioning into a budget to budget conversations versus contract amount, there will be some slight differences there.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Alter.
Thank you very much. Forgive me. There we go. So I just wanted to touch on, we've had conversations around priorities and how we look at this. And I think I've shared this before, but as we have the discussion today, I think first and foremost looking at the true basics of what keep people alive and healthy, right? That's food assistance, shelter, medical, life-saving medical. These are things that I think have to be a priority because, programs that are activities or transportation or something, those are really nice to haves, but you must eat. You must have shelter. And so I think it's really incumbent upon us to do all that we can for those types of programs. The other thing that I would like for us to try to look at as we are deciphering within categories or even amongst categories, and we talked about this at Public Health and kind of tried to build it into the rubric, but things that are going to help us avoid downstream costs. Of course, an example of this would be something like MCOT, but we've had a lot of discussion today about homelessness prevention. The cost effectiveness of doing something early on so that we're not spending so many dollars later, I think is just given our limited resources, how we can serve more people upstream is really essential. So that I just want to kind of flag that. I know we're going to be working through some of these, but my last question for you is if you could prepare for us staff's recommendation of if you were to have $1 million and then a second $1 million. So two scenarios here, $1 million or $2 million, how you would go about adjusting the social service cuts. Would you just zero out the cuts at the highest tier? Would you lower the percentage across the board? How would you recommend reducing cuts with those $2 amounts? And I don't know if and where those might exist, but I want to understand at least where that next dollar would go if we can find that next dollar.
Okay, just so I can make sure I understand. So run two scenarios with, instead of the $5 million reduction, doing a $4 million reduction and then a $3 million reduction.
Better said, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And I had something on the tip of my brain, but no, it's gone. Thank you very much.
I pass that off to you.
All right. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got one question, which is at the end of the budget process that we had last year. What's it? Oh, you yell. Mr. Verizon over here. At the end of the budget process last year, we went through a number of changes. Some of them were ongoing. Some of them are one-time changes to the budget. And I've tried to track down a list from last year. But some of these impact the departments that we're talking about today in terms of public health and so on. And so my question is, and there are things like, just to rattle off a couple that I'm seeing from the list, there was some domestic violence shelter, reentry for workforce development. There's a whole list. I'm curious if any of these have, since we did this last year, have transitioned from becoming one-time to ongoing expenses, or if there's been a recommendation attached to any of them that staff has had that would shift them over from one-time to ongoing.
Are you speaking of in budget 2 in the amended budget process?
In budget 2.0, yes. At least actually, it's a good question. I would need to go back and check on that myself and pull. You're right. I think my list might be from budget 1.0 and not 2.0. But I still think in 2.0 we did the same thing, and there was a list of one-time expenses. Anyway, I can follow up with you afterwards and see if that's accurate or not, or if that's something you guys have looked at or not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, members, I think that completes everybody that wants to ask questions of this item. So
Before we, I guess, get close to finalizing, Mayor Pro
we are
Tem,
close to finalizing, so.
Mayor Pro Tem had a question about something. Shades. And I had an answer. Hold on. Let me find it.
That's great.
For Parks and Recreation, he had a question about the shade spend. And the department has spent $1.4 million. The Parks Foundation has spent about $1.53 million. All $4 million will be expended by the end of fiscal year 27. And the Kennemer Pool is on the list to receive a shade.
All right. I think they've already got it, unless my eyes deceived me as I drove by. And that may not be kind of.
Oh, it says complete.
Okay.
That link says complete, yes.
Got it. So we're down to about $500,000, a little bit more than $500,000, all set to be expended by the end of this coming budget year. Okay, appreciate it. And again, just to highlight that, if we want to continue to add shade structures at our Parks and Recreation facilities and other places, we're going to need to inject some capital money into that fund, huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. You got anything else that you want to add before we wind up?
Yes, I want to get some clarification. There were a few of the questions that we discussed today that have been submitted as council budget questions. Some received this morning. And so I want to verify if the answers that we shared today for those questions are okay to be finalized, or do we still want to have a CBQ for those?
Well, the way we laid it out originally was that we were going to try to do what we're doing here, which is taking more time, but that's okay. It gets the questions out there so that it doesn't have you going back to the CBQ in that way. So unless there's objection, the answers my suggestion would be that the answers you're given today are those answers that we agreed to the process that we're going to try to follow.
Okay.
But I don't see anybody objecting. I see heads actually nodding.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anything else? Okay, members, I'm going to quickly run through, just because I do this for the public's benefit.